Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Zelda Speedruns, and welcome to something special today. Welcome to the Tears of the Kingdom multi-category relay race. Tears of the Kingdom is ready to showcase 3 different categories of their speedrun, namely Master Sword, any percent, and all dungeons, and they're happy to put on a 2-team relay race. So without further ado, let's switch to the layout, and let's welcome in our commentators for the Master Sword portion of the run, namely to Lulu Core and to Most. Take it away. It's all yours.
Yeah, what's up, guys? How's everyone?
Oh.
Cool, sick. No, it's been a while, but how you doing, Moist? How you feeling today about this race?
Pretty good. Hope you are too.
Yeah, no, I'm actually excited to see the Master Sword portion. It's one of those categories you don't tend to see very often, so it's gonna be very exciting for everyone. Seems like we're off to go now. Soon.
I think.
Well, it looks like okay. They're both starting now.
Alright.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
All right, so this category, I know Cloud runs on the 1.0 patch. I'm not sure about Elias. I think he's also on a
1.0. Yep.
1.0. Yeah, okay. So one thing with 1.0 compared to any of the other patches for this game is we have the intro clip, which lets you go out of bound right away and skip a huge portion of the introduction, like skipping many cutscenes and just a lot of movement. So. But it's a fairly precise clip, so we'll see how runners are going to do with it. Looks like Elias got it right away.
Oh, he hit the cutscene though.
No. Yeah, no, that cutscene trigger is super hard to get over.
But yeah, this clip is supposed to save ideally 1 minute over just running through the intro and talking to Zelda normally.
Mm-hmm.
So it skips quite a big portion. However, quite tough.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Clouded finally clipped. And she also got the cutscene. Yeah. It's okay. It's a tough one to actually get. Many runners actually, should go with that one. So, not too surprised.
But yeah, we're doing all this fancy movement to maneuver around Zelda's triggers. So if we actually hit those, besides the first one, you get pushed back inbounds, which is kind of bad. So
yeah, I think some of the triggers can also kind of like soft lock Link in a way. Yeah. Yeah, so it can be pretty bad, but yeah. Very clean on Alice's side, except of the cutscene. But yeah. Now there's like a 4-minute cutscene. Because even though recently the community voted to be able to skip that cutscene in some runs, in races it's preferable to not have it because reasons. I'm actually unsure why. Would you happen to know, Moist?
To skip the cutscene, or
Yeah, like in races.
I think I don't know. Just seems better to watch the cutscene, I guess. And actually, the intro skip is only for any percent.
True. Yeah. Spoilers incoming. Come on. The game's been out for over a year. At this point, spoilers are normal. I know some people haven't played this game, but honestly, it's a game that is worth to be played.
Yeah, definitely.
Trez, come on. But yeah, in this cutscene, basically, if I can sum it up, right now Zelda and Link were found like a passage under Hyrule Castle. and in their exploration, they happen to find the corpse of Ganondorf. And well, turns out it's not much of a corpse; it's still very well alive somehow after many years. And he's just as powerful as he used to be, and he shatters the Master Sword like it's nothing in this game.
Rest in peace, Master Sword.
Yep. Last game that we see the Master Sword. We'll never see it ever after. No, but well, what's funny though with the Master Sword right now that I'm mentioning, by the way, is the category we're running is the Master Sword category, Master Sword RTA. That is known as for some communities, and basically the goal of this category will be to restore the Master Sword, and getting it, which is something, by the way, that was funny when the game came out, because if you've been following the Tears of the Kingdom speedrunning scene, you do know that at the end of any percent or any category that finishes the game, you do get the Master Sword no matter what. So when it came time to like actually make the category, I was just like, hey, any percent, I guess, as you know, it's the same category than Master Sword. But now we did make a difference between getting the Master Sword from like finishing the game versus getting it while you're playing the game. So you have to like complete shrines and get the stamina in this game to be able to pull it out of the dragon. So it's not like we're gonna see a bus rush or anything for this category. It's gonna be a lot of shrines and a lot of cool movement option in the overworld.
Definitely. Maybe you should start explaining the trick coming up.
No, the cog skip?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a little bit. We have a little bit still. Okay, it's a very long intro, but if you're skilled, you can actually finish A Link to the Past at least once while this intro plays, which is kind of funny. But yeah, like Moise said, oh, Elias seems to have to be low on battery. Hopefully that won't affect this run. But yeah, the first thing runners do in this run is they're gonna actually pick up the broken Master Sword. Turns out that's all that there's left of the sword right now. But don't worry, we'll restore it pretty quickly. And it's still gonna have its use. Because without it, honestly, the next skip wouldn't be possible. Funny enough.
So yeah, this is cog skip. We're going to be skipping this pedestal cutscene, which is like 40 seconds, I think, with this really precise jump called a Mozdor, which you did see in the intro, which is how Link kind of flew in the air.
So you're gonna try.
For some reason in this game, chaining backwards jump slashes in the air give Link a lot of speed, or it carries the speed. So that's what we're going to utilize here. This is a really precise trick, though, so...
Yeah, you still see a lot of experienced runners just messing it and having to restart sometimes. But yeah, the first thing, right now, Elias passed like a shrine that we cannot access to right now. But the first thing we're gonna do, usually in runs, is coming up here. We can grab a chest that contains 3 wings. Wings are like, for a lot of categories, are kind of broken in a way that like it's a good way to like travel across the land. But also like just because you can duplicate it with like sword inventory dupe or like zona inventory dupe, right? In this case, you can just use a lot and abuse a lot of techniques with them, and that we'll see very shortly.
Ooh, Cloud having to reload.
Oh yeah, the Master Sword still has durability in this game. Yeah.
Yeah.
It even has less when it's broken, so. Yeah, So basically, what's happening right now is LIS is asked to watch another intro cutscene. This game honestly is very strong with cutscenes at the beginning, and there's a lot of unskippable stuff, which can be a little bit annoying. But once you get through them, it is fine. Like you're done with cutscenes usually. Okay. Landing there on the lily pad actually saves a little bit of time, as you don't dive deep in the water, but also just don't take damage at all. So if you crouch right away and you can just like move as soon as you land.
Yeah.
Yeah, well. And here, last as we talk this construct, it is not something you can skip, sadly. So one thing I guess we didn't talk about is when you get out of like the room of awakening where Clouded still is right now. There's like a box around there that if you travel too far with the wings, for example, it's gonna void you back to your last safe location. And the same thing kind of happens there if you don't have the pad. The game's just not gonna let you progress. So it is mandatory to get this pad. It's a little bit like the Sheikah Slate in Breath of the Wild. However, it has like many other users.
Yeah, and it looks like a Switch.
Mm-hmm. Alright, seems Cluttered's gonna make her way to the wings now.
Yeah, these wings are pretty broken, which we'll see a use for them here, actually.
Oh, yeah.
So you see Elias having 22 wings. So yeah, on 1.0, it's very easy to dupe. All you have to do is hit sort and close the inventory at the same time, and you can dupe.
Yeah, no,
and that's how we get 22 wings.
Yeah, you can do that with any Zonai items, but also any items that you can hold in your hands.
Yeah.
Which is pretty convenient for speedruns.
And here we're gonna... Ooh, Elias didn't get it. But we're gonna try and not touch the ground so that the next time we void out, we get put back at the Purapad platform, which will save us a lot of time to just running.
Yeah, the voiding mechanic in this game is abused, like in a good way, which is nice. Now I'm gonna watch Clouded also watching the second intro cutscene.
I believe she's gonna go for a wing flip.
Yeah, I mean she's been practicing it before the runs. I'm assuming.
Let's see if she gets it. Nice.
Yep. Pretty well done.
So the hard part is not done yet. We're gonna have to land this wing and not touch the ground. So what Cloud's doing here is setting her respawn coordinate to back where we got the wings instead.
Never seen a wing drop like that. All right.
Okay, yeah, that's unfortunate.
That was weird. Ooh, wait,
Oh, Elias touched the ground and it saved.
Yeah, I was not paying attention to that, but it seems very sketchy for when I saw the gamepad, like the menu cutscene thing. But I thought you would have enough time. That's very unfortunate, though. Yeah, he's gonna have to redo the whole construct thing. Ah.
Oh, skipping a cog. Okay, so that's funny. So there was an old way to get to the wings early called cog skip. And what we did was we jumped on like the rotating cogs, and that was a bit slower. However, we found this Mazdur jump. That's what the jump slash momentum is called.
Yeah.
And so this trick is now called cog skip skip.
Yeah, I think it's a well-known runner, SVA, that found the current method to skip the cog.
Yeah.
All right. Well, as unfortunate as Elias' mistake was with the Temple of Time, this might actually make this race a little bit closer now. As Cloud is approaching the construct, killing it, and grabbing the sword and shield, which are going to be very useful. All right. Now there's one more thing to do before I'm getting to the first shrine, and it's yet another wing travel. The first shrine in every category, as far as I'm aware, is the shrine with that contains the power up Ascend, and it's not only because Ascend is actually a a very good ability, but it's also because it's the shrine that is the IS on the map, so it makes it easier to get anywhere
Yep.
afterwards.
And on the way, we're going to be picking up some bombs.
Hmm. Yeah, no, it's very
Which-
useful.
Yeah, in any Zelda game, honestly.
Yeah. Even when they're not actual bombs, just like in Breath of the Wild, where you just get like, I don't know, some Sheikah technology bomb. They somehow become like the most useful tool with when bombs and BLSSs.
You would think they would fix it, but
Nah, people love bombs.
I guess the way we use it in this game is more intended.
Yeah, it's definitely it's definitely more intended. I don't think they wanted you to have like a million bombs in your inventory, but hey,
Yeah.
this is how I would like to play here. What's the name of that shrine? I think I just realized, but I think they're spelling in German, right?
I didn't look. Maybe?
I could be wrong, but I think I saw the word shrine being spelled differently. So,
Based.
oh yeah, no, it's because like the Moist before the stream was like, "You're the one getting you're the one's gonna name the shrines," and then I was reading the name of the shrine on stream. I was like, I don't recognize that, but yeah, the Gutenberg shrine is the first one. Because yeah, the shrine names are different across language. Because I'm assuming some of them are puns, but also some of them are just like straight up names of the area. Well, not the area, but like it's a something
Yeah.
can uh, Easter egg, I guess, from other games for some. So it would just make sense that you translate the name so it makes sense for the people of that region. All right, so the ghost you see here, by the way, is Raru. This little guy is the one that kind of gives you it gave you his arm first of all, so that's why you can use the power that you see right now LIS doing. Using.
Alright, we're gonna get to probably one of the most broken tricks.
Mhm.
This is called Quick Drop Smuggle. Maybe I'll take the time to explain it now because it's a long one. So with a bunch of cool menuing, we're gonna be basically desyncing the bow. So we grab two bows and we're gonna be desyncing it from Link's model. And once Elias picks that up, it's on Link's feet, and now we can fly. So basically, in this state, every jump slash you do when you pull out the bow gets cancelled, and you can chain this by pulling out the bow and jump slashing, and you can chain that to get a lot of height and fly. And then also with bombs, we can get a lot of momentum from shield serps in the next shrine, and that's how we're going to be moving through GSI.
Yeah. Right now, the version we see of the Arrow Flight Smuggle is a little bit slow, but with the bombs, with the bombs that we have in the inventory and the wings, we will be able to carry some momentum. It's just right now we're kind of restricted inside of a shrine. Okay, you'll see very shortly as soon as both runners are done with the cutscene here. Because the first shrine, no matter which shrine you do in this game, the first shrine, the cutscene is unskippable at the end.
Yeah, I don't know why they changed that from Breath of the Wild, honestly.
I think they just really wanted you to not miss information. Because honestly, a lot of the changes we see in this game are definitely like just patches from like the previous game, which is Breath of the Wild. Because Breath of the Wild, you could skip everything right away. Like there was no like messing around. This game definitely tries to slow you down and like make sure you know what's going on. There's like a couple of stuff too, like technically in this game you can also go out of bound with some techniques. But if you try to go like inside of a shrine early without activating like the gate at the front, you cannot actually access the shrine. Like you're just stuck inside. So there's a lot of like small changes like that that prevents us to actually skip huge parts of the game.
Hey, Elias just threw a wing capsule, seemingly YOLOing it. But there is a setup for it, and if you hit one of the fans down below with the construct, it'll give you the battery. And that is way faster than getting the battery like the game forcing you to by like 40 seconds or something.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, like right here, like I said, with the wing, you can carry a little bit more momentum, so the flight arrow smuggle is a little bit faster.
Yeah.
So we'll see another version after the next shrine with the bomb. Alright, so Clouded here also decided to juke a bomb on top of her wing. It saves a little bit of time doing it that way. But there's gonna be plenty of occasions to do bombs. On 1.0, duplicating bomb is a little bit risky. Especially when you dupe more than like 4 at a time, I believe.
Even 2, yeah.
Even 2, yeah. For some reason on 1.0, the way the bomb drops, or like any time, I believe, for that matter, is directly on their link, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's actually
and
why our quick drop smuggle menu thing works. On other versions, this arrow flight, the way we set it up is you can't do it.
no, it's very
So this is
different.
1.0 exclusive.
Yeah, so now the second shrine, we get the power of fuse, which allows runners to actually fuse objects on any items. And so we can actually finally use the bombs that we got to fuse them to the shield, so we can make some bomb jumps with those. Use quite a bit of durability for on the shield, but it's you can go through the entirety of GSI with only one shield if you manage your durability correctly. Now we're gonna see runners duping a little bit more, a few more bombs. As quite a bit is required for this category.
Yeah. And for some reason in water, less it's less likely going to explode, so that's why we do it there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and we're going to do another version of this menuing. However, it's going to allow us to duplicate a shield. So now we have 2 bomb shields. And then straight into another arrow flight. And this one's actually going to skip a construct cutscene. So there's a cutscene that plays when you walk into it, but it doesn't reach high enough. So we can just fly right on top of it and skip it.
Yeah, and you have to make sure to be far enough at the back of the shrine too, because the cutscene can still triggers once you pass the room, which is very interesting the way it works. Alright, Cloud is gonna be doing the same thing right now. The straight's getting a little bit closer now.
Yeah. Oh, and a great thing about Arrow Smuggle is that it's also a built-in fall damage canceller. So
Yeah.
we can negate fall damage this way.
All right. No, you won't see a lot in Elias' screen except him looking up to try to reduce the lag as much as possible. Lag is pretty bad for this game in some part of it. We'll see that later. Yeah, you'll see some dungeons are crazy bad with lag, but the Star flight is pretty long, and it's basically one shrine to the other. And if you even drop a little bit of height, I think you cannot make it, or like you'll
Yeah, it's
land
quite
somewhere a little
tight.
bit further. Yeah, but yeah, that was
You actually,
actually that was well done by Elias there. So I cut you off.
oh no, you got
Okay,
it.
okay. Right, Clouded's doing the same thing right now. But the old setup that they did before was precisely to hit like an angle on the slope, so they have like enough
Perfect.
height but also enough speed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like
Oh,
an OT setup.
yeah. Very well done to by Clouded.
When runners start running this game, it's usually this flight that like troubles people
Hmm.
because you actually got to gain height instead of just keeping it.
Alright, so oh yeah, here we're gonna see another our flight smuggle setup. Pretty cool. You gotta do a shield jump and barely hit the corner there to gain a lot of speed, and but it gives you like such a next on angle to get to the end. So
Yeah.
just run without like ever using Ultra N. Because yes, Ultra N is the the ability you gain in this shrine, but it's not even used once. I think you'll see it later in this category, but for this shrine right now, it's useless. Ooh, barely miss it.
What exactly causes sword duping to work? Do you want to answer that?
The sword duping to work. I have a very bastardized version of explaining it. Usually when I'm at events or like when I talk with friends, RL, and it's basically the game still when you hold items in your hand and you sort them in your inventory and close inventory at the same time. The game probably thinks that the set of items is still in your inventory, but in your hands at the same time. Therefore, it adds everything back, everything that is in your hand back to your inventory. So it just dupes dams over. I believe this is how the game thinks it works, but I wouldn't be. I'm not 100% sure of what the game how the game handles the situation.
Alright, we see two different flights to temple. So Elias did the one off the stairs, and Cloud's doing the wing one. The wing one actually saves like 2 to 3 seconds because you don't lose any health. So when you go to the end of the shrine, the health refill animation is non-existent. Yeah,
No, it's minor, but it's a small time save for sure.
yeah.
Game is jank. Honestly, this game was like when the game came out, it's crazy quickly it got broken, and it's like the first month of this like of the lifespan of this game was just insane.
I wish it was broken so early. Like, it's kind of what caused like the whole leaderboard jank.
Yeah. But honestly, I kind of like it that we have differences between patches. Uh
Yeah.
Makes it that you can pick and choose what you want to run with instead of just like everyone's only this patch and or everyone has to run 1.0. It's I don't know. It's kind of nice.
All right, and now we're gonna go to our last shrine on GSI.
Yep. Runners passed it at the beginning of the game after performing the cuck skip skip. However, like I mentioned, we couldn't access it even if we tried to like clip out of bound. The game has a very tight protection when it comes to skipping mandatory events. But yeah, now that all 3 shrines are done on GSI, the 4th one actually unlocks. And this one's like the only one that Raru doesn't really tell you what to do. He kind of did already with the small tutorial that we skip. The stone that we saw both runner picking up gives you the power of a rewinding time. It is called the ability is called recall. It's gonna be used quite a bit for this category actually for another trick that abuses the quick drop smuggle. But we'll see that like
Yeah.
when that happens.
What is everyone's favorite ability in this game?
Ooh, that was tight.
What's your favorite ability, Lou?
I'm a big fan of Fuse. There's so many
Yeah.
like things you
Uses,
can
yeah.
do with it. Yeah. Like not even like glitch wise, by the way. Like just my casual playthrough, just like messing around with Fuse items was very very fun. But like when it comes to glitches, Fuse is a lot of use. Alright, so Elias is basically done with GSI. All he only needs to open the doors at the end. Which, by the way, is another thing you cannot skip in this game. Funny enough, if you go like on the other side of the doors before opening them, there literally nothing will happen. This is how much they put like into like this is how much care they put into like you not skipping anything in this game. Mm. Oh, and for people wondering in chat that you might not be as familiar with this game too, it kind of works like Great Plateau when it comes to Great Sky Islands. If you go too low or too far, you'll just be voided back onto the Great Sky Islands. There's a way, however, that someone found. I think it's a Timber
Yeah.
that found a way to skip the Great Sky Islands, but it is very long and complicated and not worth doing in speedruns. But it's definitely something if you're interested in looking at to watch.
Low
But
percent. Yeah.
yeah.
Very interesting video. You can just see how complicated the glitches in this game can get.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for all the tree arts only playthrough players, I am sorry, but Tears of the Kingdom forces you to have a 4th one. Honestly, it's kind of funny because Nintendo has to be aware that people do 3R challenges, and now they literally force the player to gain an extra heart at the end of the intro. So there's a way, however, to get rid of it with the bargaining statue, but it's you usually don't find it much later in your playthrough. Man, I am surprised that both of these runners still have their wooden shield right now. Like, that thing's been weak for a while.
Yeah, some spots on where you or do the bomb jump actually doesn't take shield durability. Especially the one to Ultra Hand. That one's like soft soil, so it actually doesn't take durability.
Oh,
Interestingly
nice.
enough.
I didn't know that. That's what stuff. So, huh. Well, speaking of, I think I just jinxed that. Oops. Sorry, teammate.
All
That was
right.
that was pretty fast.
Now we're off GSI, so now we're gonna get. I don't actually remember how many shrines. 20, I think.
Yeah, there's 20 shrines total.
Yeah.
4 I've been done already, so there's 16 more to get.
Yeah, we need 2 wheels of stamina to pull the Master Sword.
Yeah.
And conveniently enough, there's a chest with rockets just off GSI, and we're gonna do a glitch called Pocket Rocket.
Yeah.
Which, do you want to explain that?
This is one of those glitch with that abuse the fuse mechanic. But basically, when you activate fuse, and shortly after that you try to fuse an item, you open your menu for runes. You can quickly then after that like open your quick inventory and swap your shield, which gonna makes the game think that it still fuses to the initial shield that you had equipped. However, the rocket will fall like on the ground, which you can then equip on your weapon. And that was very interesting. I think that Cloud's weapon's gone forever at this point. But basically, what happens whenever you perform a shield jump? After that, you can cancel it. Oh, no, there it is. But yeah. So that makes it that you can change shield jumps and gain height and speed. On 1.0, what's nice is the rocket pockets don't will technically last forever as long as you have energies in your Zonai wheel.
It lasts as long as your shield lasts.
Yeah, there's that too. But if you have something like the Alien Shield, then it just lasts basically forever. But yeah, basically the rocket will never run out. On later patches, I can still do this trick. The rocket runs out eventually. I don't know what they changed when it comes to that, but it's
Oh yeah, we get this cool invisible pocket rocket inside the
Yeah.
shrine. For some reason, if you set up pocket rocket outside the shrine, but don't fuse it to a weapon to keep it like there, for some reason it's invisible. But it actually doesn't use shield durability as well, which is nice.
no, this is very nice.
All right, yet another menuing trick. You see Elias here. This is called dynamic juggle, which means he's keeping a whole bunch of weapons in his hand. I think 9 to be exact. And this will overload the game just enough to perform another movement glitch that we will see soon.
That was quite fast. God damn. Honestly, very very good mirroring for my Elias. That was very cool to watch.
I think he was practicing it earlier. So.
Yeah.
Oh, something to keep in mind is that arrow smuggle actually goes away if you die or reload a save, and you'd have to reset it up.
Oh, so that's why
So-
runners keep many bows. Huh?
Yeah. So we want to make sure he doesn't die. However, we're doing a bunch of fall damage cancels everywhere. It will be easy to die. So hopefully we don't see that today.
No. Is this one called a card slide still? If it's done with a plank.
It's called a board slide.
It's called the board slide, I see.
So unfortunately, this is one of the hardest ones. But yeah, we're gonna do the quick drop smuggle thing. However, not with the bow, but with the weapon, and that keeps the weapon to his feet, or Link's feet, and the collision is still there. So if you get onto like a platform, typically a cart, that's why we call it cart slide, but it will push the board up and forward, and this is how we can traverse the map like super fast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not only is it fast, but it is very easy to steer left and right too.
Yeah.
So it makes navigation pretty easy.
Link became Aladdin.
And are the arrows in the crates RNG? How many you get?
Yeah, how many you get is RNG?
Okay. What does it matter for this run? I forgot.
I think you need 2, I believe. I know you do need some, but there are some if you need more in where you get the Highland Shield.
Okay, okay. Alright, so Elias grabbed the Pentagon machine to get a steering stick, I believe, and more transporters. Also known as carts. And here we see another use. Oh yeah, I don't think we ever talked about like it's called whenever you trigger the pocket rocket, but basically it's called a fuse entanglement. Um, this can be done with a lot of objects. We'll see later in other runs, but this can also be done with wings.
Yeah.
Uh,
Anything you confuse,
yeah,
I think
yeah.
can be done.
The some of the results are very bizarre and like useless, but a lot of them are useful. But obviously, pocket rocket and is probably the most useful of all of them. Alright, so you've run Master Sword Morse, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, is there strats in a shrine that was like one of the most like one that is very unique, or is there something
Very
like a
neat.
shrine that stood out maybe for you?
It's a good question. Some of the ones where you do a clip, which we haven't got to yet, are pretty cool. Otherwise, I actually don't think so. A lot of it is just Pocket Rocket.
Yeah, I would assume a lot of them are like that. It's it's
But
definitely very versatile.
yeah, honestly, I don't remember at this current moment, so we'll see.
Ooh, wait. Oh, Elias meant okay, okay. I thought okay. We missed it real quick. If you're not paying it, you were not paying attention. But Elias used one of those one of those stick you clip out
Oh,
of bounds.
yes. Yeah, so that's one of the clip instances. So for some reason, when you get on the steering stick at the overload threshold, Link will just fall through the ground. I think the overload for 1.0 is 13. So we zuggled 9. We have the shield and bow, which is 11. And then if you pull your bow out with the arrow, you get 12. And then the current weapon you have is 13. But yeah, if you do that, you get on a steering stick and you just fall through the ground.
Yeah, this can be done with any category that can use the Zuggle technique to overload.
Yeah.
But yeah,
However,
no,
I
it's very
think
useful.
on later patches it's a bit more though to get over the overload.
Yeah, I know on 1.1.0 and 1.1 it's 14, so it's only one more.
Oh,
Later
nice.
patches, I'm unsure. I would assume it's around the same number. I don't think it ever exceeds 20.
So I see Cloud doing one here.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, honestly. I remember when any percent used to actually abuse this technique, and you could
Yeah.
see like how empty the devs are really, because we don't see it in this run, but there's a third layer on the map that is called the devs. We'll see it in 80% all dungeon later. But between the surface where like Hyrule is and the depths, it's all hollow. There's literally no collisions. So you can go like from all the way up to like the very bottom of the map with just this trick. All right. Elias is off with his card slide. Looks pretty good right now.
Isn't it so cool?
It looks cool. Is there a reason why he's crouching, or is it just a preference?
Preference. The crouching was for the board slide like that. I think that's you need, but for card slides you don't.
Okay, okay. Yeah, because I've seen people standing up, but it seems like crouching.
Yeah, and you also have to move to the front. Oh,
Ooh,
interesting.
that is a very awkward situation. Holy, I've
That
never
was the
seen that
load, I'm
before.
pretty sure.
Yeah, it looked like almost when ABCS fails on 1.1. That was huh. I've never seen that one before, so there it is. Never happened before. It makes it more stable. Thank you, Small Ice.
Yeah, you have to move forward on the cart to actually gain speed, so if you can't hold forward properly, then yeah.
Yeah, so as you can see, Cloud is one of those person that doesn't crouch. That's never happened. I mean, I would assume it didn't happen before because I saw Elias like taking a couple of clips. So, but yeah, Cloud made it
Nice.
all the way to the shrine and
Oh.
even way further. Pretty cool.
Almost fell off though.
Yeah, but that's one good thing. One reason I guess you want to keep the Arrow Flight Smuggle active at all times. It can save your ass whenever stuff like that happens.
Yeah, definitely.
By the way, thank you, Sledgen, for the raid. The way up, indeed. So where are we off to next?
Now we're gonna go get a good item. Maybe I won't spoil it. Ooh, almost died.
That have not been bueno. Also, those bugs are thick.
I have died there before.
Really, I didn't think it would be high enough for that. But damn.
And we got the Hylian shield. So now we can pocket rocket infinitely, supposedly.
Yeah, I mean the shield has like 800 durability, so if you reach that in a run, like I don't know, man. I mean I say that, but Aldingen actually tubes the in the island shield, so we have to just in case, I guess.
You see them going on top of a steering stick for no reason. So apparently, when you stick clip, for some reason the game just like disallows you to use the rune menu again. So you need to resync, and that's why we get on a steering stick and just hop off.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that restriction.
Kind of weird.
Yeah, I mean the game's broken enough already. I mean, it's not surprising.
And yeah, in order to fly with arrow smuggle, but with arrows, since you don't want to enter bullet time, we can drain stamina instead.
Ooh. Almost saw Elias falling out there. That would have been bad, especially with the damage he took earlier.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see how different the strats are used across those two runners. Like you saw Elias actually going super up and use bullet time to break those crates, and then Clouded just ran and threw a bomb.
All right, we're gonna see another cart slide setup, which can now be done with overload. However, we also want to maintain the pocket rocket, so we have to do some finicky menuing.
Oh yeah, that was one thing I remember Cloud next trying to explain to me how different some setups are depending on what you want to keep in your inventory or active.
Yeah.
It's it can get a little bit complicated at first, but honestly, it's just a little bit more menuing. But if it keeps everything active, it's pretty cool. Because usually, if you were to like equip another weapon, let's say right now, like Cloud and Elias have like their Rust Claymore for the rocket pocket rocket. If they were to swap the weapons without dropping the Claymore at first, they would actually lose a pocket rocket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, in this shrine, so before you enter the shrine, we can see them doing this Zonai storage, which just involves, it's kind of like the sword dupe. However, we're going to hit A and B at the same time, and this allows us to pull Zonai devices within the shrine.
Nice. That out of bound is crazy, by the way.
Yeah, which allows us to skip the huge long cutscene.
Just noticed it's been 2 times in a row now that the runners are depleting their stamina before going in.
Oh yeah, that's not to enter bullet time when they fly,
Oh, makes sense.
because we have arrows. So yeah, on GSI, when we flew, we drained the arrows so that we don't enter bullet time. Here we're draining stamina.
That makes a
And,
lot of sense.
and yeah, we want to keep the arrows for some of the shrines. So. I think one of these is the Sneak Strike shrine. I think it might be this one. I actually don't remember.
I remember this one being at tutorial shrines, but wait, is it this one?
It might be.
I believe it is,
But
yeah.
it was so annoying in the casual playthrough.
There's just way too many tutorial shrines, honestly.
Yeah.
Like it's cool that they exist, but at the same time, it's like if you already know the mechanics, it's like let me just skip it, maybe.
So yeah, skipping this one is good.
Yeah, it's combat training.
Oh, combat. Okay.
The way the steering stick, by the way, when they drop it, just keeps moving forward is interesting.
Oh yeah. For some reason, out of bounds, the collision is weird, and like, whatever item you put on there, it just like slides like, kind of like a vacuum almost.
That's funny. Again, a slightly different way to get to the lookout landing.
Yep. And here we're gonna be talking to this statue. So we got an extra heart at the end of GSI, and this statue just so happens to take it away, and we can trade it back for stamina, which we need for Zelda, so we can cut down 4 shrines.
Yeah, I think otherwise would have to actually do 24 total, but
Yeah.
this cuts down movement for 4 extra shrines.
It's actually good that it's in Lookout Landing and not like in Hateno.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure the route would be much different if it wasn't Atheno again.
Yeah.
I wonder what's the deal? Like how it moved all the way there in this game. Like, there's so many. Honestly, there's so many things in this game, like story wise, that just I don't know. It doesn't seem like it makes much sense, but at the same time, like the game's trying to like not make you think too much about it because hey, there's a million Koroks in this game again, so gonna hunt, you know. And it's just like I
Quite
don't know the
close.
why.
Sorry.
Yeah.
They're actually quite close.
Yeah, no,
Very good
Clouded's
race.
been
As you were saying, sorry.
oh no, I was just rambling about stuff. Yeah, no, Clouded's been catching up. Honestly, I was expecting a close race, but this close, it's pretty hype. I remember this shrine casually was interesting because I have like I'm pretty bad with shapes. So, like moving the things around was just like what? But then you can just like even casually can cheese the shrine though if you have like a bomb, like a couple of bombs you can use. But yeah, that was
Do
like
we
one of
just
the.
see... Wait, sorry. Do we just see Cloud get a better load than Elias?
Yep.
Interesting.
I don't know if it's I don't know if Alien is playing digital or cartridge, but I know there's a small difference in loads there. But yeah, loads are a pretty big thing for this game. Honestly, there's been some inconsistencies with some cutscenes.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if Elias is on physical. There's like a huge debate on like loads in this game, and in Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, I mean,
It can
Switch
lose you up to like 10 seconds almost anywhere.
Yeah. So it seems like Switch titles overall have very inconsistent loads. Alright, that was a clever way to use a bomb there. I see Dino type E is. What do you mean E is? Like on
Physical, I think.
physical?
Yeah, this is so close. They're literally on the same loading screen.
Oh, he is on physical. See, this time he loaded faster though.
Faster, yeah.
That's inconsistencies. We love that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's the deal with digital and physical sometimes, and it's like it's been proven that digital usually will be faster overall by like a few seconds, but it's like as you can see, physical can still have the upper hand at times.
This is bad for my heart. And yeah, we can cheese that shrine by just shooting a bomb. There's a target on the other side, and let me say, it took me a while to hit the target the normal way.
Oh yeah, no, it is super awkward. Have you tried with like motion controls?
I have not, no.
Oh, it is a rough shrine with motion controls. But yeah, it's a similar mechanic as in Breath of the Wild. There's a you can just shoot a bomb arrow at the targets like that, and it's gonna trigger which is gonna trigger the target and can move on. It's there's a lot of like small things like that they kept in the game, which is very nice because if you just know, you know, and you don't have to like uh bash your head on a puzzle like for a long time. It's a bash, but like hit your head or something. I don't know what you guys are saying for that, but it's usually how I see it, just like hitting my head on the wall until like the problem like solve itself.
I
Yeah,
like
the
how they're
cards like
both doing 2 fall damage cancels just to ensure they don't die.
You know, I respect that. I mean, like we've seen this runner like these runners doing like all the menuing like super quickly, but like it has to be annoying if you die and have to redo it like mid run because it can
Oh
mess up
yeah.
with like
Nope.
other things.
If you die, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, because I believe if you die, you also lose your pocket rocket, so you have to redo that too. And
No, yeah, you have to redo Pocket Rocket. You have to unequip and reload because you're overloaded. So Link will lose his legs and hair and stuff.
oh, did Cloudon mess up getting
Zona, yeah, I think so.
yeah? Oh, okay. Interesting way to complete the shrine, nonetheless.
Oh.
Yeah, she's fine, right?
um,
Oh,
yeah.
she's good. She's good, and she knows what she's doing. Alright, so I believe at this point Elias is a whole shrine ahead now.
Yeah. Entering and exiting the same shrine.
Yeah. But I know that was shrine 16, so there's only 4 more for Elias to do. After that, it's
Oh.
gonna be
Yeah.
to on the Master Sword. So the one thing I guess we haven't really talked about is the dragon movement in this game is like well, as soon as you start the game, every dragon on the map already start moving, and usually their pattern is like the dragon patterns in this game is predetermined already. So depending on the time of the day, you kind of know where the dragon is. Zelda has like a small exception to it, depending on how fast you are with GSI. I believe she can end up like in some other places on the map. I'm not the most familiar with this, but I know it's been a problem for some runners whenever like they start getting faster on GSI or just having faster overwhelm movement.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so the reason this category became more bearable was because before cart slides, we only had Pocket Rocket, which you can't use on GSI. And if you're slower on GSI, Zelda moves to the east, or sorry, to the west.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, hold up. Let me think about this. If you're faster, she's at Wind Temple, which is where we're gonna find her this time. But if you're slower, she can go to the east, which is what we wanted before. But now with cart slides, we can go anywhere.
Yeah, because yeah, instead of Pocket Rocket, this is kind of it's a little bit hard to catch up to Zelda sometimes, depending on
Yeah.
where she is, because she can like sometimes she'll be like super high up.
And yeah, before it was like random almost.
Yeah, there's been a lot of research on the dragons, and I'm sure there's still like a couple of stuff to figure out about them. But overall, I think for at least like speedrun purposes, right now it's been pretty much figured out. Waste.
Directions are hard, all right?
Yeah, she's somewhere between the North and South Pole.
I kind of want to remove this shrine, but I don't know which one to replace it with because you're just pocket rocketing all the way
Yeah.
up.
That's a long way up. But that is cool though, because we get to experience a little bit of zero gravity, which
Yeah.
is a very cool thing in this game, honestly. The first time I've been like super high up and like experienced this, I was just pure bliss, man. Like just being able to float and like doing that thing. Ah. And on speedruns, you mix it with Bucket Rocket, and it's just
Yeah,
it's
so
so
good.
good. Oh yeah, that's the
This
fake
fake
blessing
blessing.
shrine. Yeah, forgot about that one. Man, this game has so many cool shrine designs. Man. Just a fake blessing. It's just like it's like one of them. It's like okay, I'm just gonna run straight, and then the whole map just like nope. There's an actual
Unlit
puzzle.
blessing.
Yeah. Mm. Well, I know you just said like it's one you'd like to remove, but it's pretty convenient that there's literally another shrine right under it, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cloud seems to be catching up a little bit here again, but the run's coming to an end soon, so. Ooh, what's a shrine? Yeah, that's shrine 19. After that, Elias and Clouded only have one shrine left after this one. Well, Elias he's already done, but yeah, you guys know what I mean.
All right. I will hop off and get ready for my portion. So
All right,
I'll
good
let
luck on
you
your
and
race.
McGina take over. Thank
Good
you.
luck,
All right,
guys. Hey Lou, how's it going?
that's going good. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Really enjoying this so far.
Yeah,
It's a
and
lot
this
of fun to
race.
watch.
Yeah, this race has been like has had its moment for sure. There's only one shrine left for both runners now. There's a one card slide, or yeah, they're one card slide away, and then it's Zelda time.
This is so exciting to see all the cart sliding that they're doing.
Hmm I believe we'll see more of that later with All Dungeon, with a Dino.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, because I'm doing All Dungeon, but it's not gonna be on the 1.0 patches, so I'm not
Okay.
doing card slides. Mhm. All right, so last run for Elias here. It's gonna be just a couple of bucket rockets and oh, flight arrow smuggle right there. Man, did you see earlier when Clouded just got like a fast load, like got ahead
Yeah,
by a
and
little
caught
bit?
up in like the Hyrule field after leaving that shrine. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and then Elias just got a fast load after that for the other shrine and pulled back ahead. I was like, bro.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I kind of figured everybody was going to be running on digital. I didn't know that Elias is on physical.
No,
This is making it quite interesting.
actually, let me check because I know Elias been grinding quite a bit. Master Sword for this relay race. I know he pulled up like a pretty good PB recently, I believe. Yeah, where's Tears of the Kingdom? That's one thing. Master Sword. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, it's in the category extension. I always forget. It is. I don't think Elias submitted his run, but I know he got a pretty good time. I think it was second place or something like that on the leaderboard. And Clouded recently got a 108 for this category.
There's been a lot of people cooking on this.
Yeah.
It's really impressive. All right, they're getting their stamina now.
Yeah, it's just
They
gonna
can
be.
pull the Master Sword.
Yeah. Yeah, in Breath of the Wild you needed I believe was what 10 hearts? Is it? No, it's more than 10 hearts.
I
It's
think it was 13 hearts.
13. Yeah, 13
Something like
hearts.
that.
Yeah. In this game it's two wheel of stamina, which is an interesting twist, honestly, because your first time playing, you're kind of expecting to have like the same requirement, and then they just flip the script on you.
To that point, I collected as many hearts as I could and went straight to the Lost Woods to try and
Yeah.
I wasn't paying attention to the story too much, and I didn't have any memory, so I didn't figure out that the sword was on the light dragon at the time. So not only did I not oh, and I didn't know about the bargainer statue, so I just had to collect more shrines, after
Mm.
that to get the
That's what
stamina. It was a tough realization.
I'm pretty sure this is what they want anyway, but 'cause I don't think it tells you, like, the game I don't think tells you what a master sword is until you actually figure it out by yourself. Because if I
Right.
remember correctly, the Tree kind of tells you like that the sword is moving, and it's when like you get to like the point, like the quest marker, that you're like, oh, it's on the dragon.
Yeah, that's when you finally figure it out. Yeah.
Yeah. I know a couple of people got on the dragons early because as soon as you realize you can get on like on top of any dragon in this game, it's like, oh god, let me go on like on this new cool dragon, you know?
Was that a mechanic that existed in the original ones? Because the
No,
three dragons, I mean, they're so elementally charged, you can't really like. I was always too nervous to get close to them.
no, in Breath of the Wild you cannot touch them at all. Like
Gotcha.
Nidra's gonna freeze you, um Dinral's gonna burn you, and Pharaoh's gonna electric you. Yeah, it's gonna electrify you. So yeah, no, in this game it's completely new that you can land on the dragons, which is cool. For a moment, I was looking at Elias' screen and nothing was moving. Then it was like, did he crash? No, it's just the game loading. Uh, we already see the light dragon on Clouded's.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like our.
This is quite close to.
Yeah,
Lav might have a little bit of a lead here.
yeah. Somehow our card slide is a little bit faster. That's very interesting. But yeah, they're both pretty close. So yeah, all Clouded has to do now is pulling out the sword. Elias just landed on the dragon, doing the same thing. God damn, this is very close.
This is really very close.
Yeah, Trez, the loads, the overworld loads decided who was winning this race. Them, but yeah, congrats on for both runners. Man. That was a very fun race to watch.
Yeah, they were close the entire time, honestly. This was quite a good performance by both racers.
And the dragons are such a cool things in those games.
The whole Zelda storyline really hits you in the feels.
Mm-hmm. All right, seems like both runners are soon done. Next we're gonna see any percent. I think it's gonna be Moist versus Slush. Oh wow. I haven't seen this cutscene in a while. I forgot that they are not actually pulling the sword. That was funny.
All right, now we're switching over to any percent, and the runners are off.
Yep. Just like we said at the beginning of Master Sword, they gotta do the intro clip. Moy seems to have gotten it pretty quickly. Slush is not too far behind. And they both got a cutscene skip too, so that's great. Now they're gonna go around the Zelda triggers so they don't get locked into the intro in some random places or fall out of bound. And they're just gonna do a couple of master jumps on their way to the cutscene trigger. That was very clean from both, honestly.
Yeah, definitely.
And now we're back to the 4 minutes cutscene.
What is that?
I'm gonna take this little moment to refresh a little bit, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go for it.
What is that?
This should be a fairly interesting race. Moist has been cooking up a few different categories, as well as he's been playing Breath of the Wild. He's been mixing these two games a little bit, and Slush has been doing a lot of runs lately to get a PB in any percent. So it should be interesting to see, just based on how much these two runners have been playing lately, who's going to come out on top. Now most of the stuff that you're going to see in this any percent run is going to be similar to the beginning of the slide earlier. So you're going to see the runners go to get new CSS, they're going to go to the temple, get the shrines, get the blessings, they'll go to Ascend, Fuse, Ultra Hand, Recall, back to the Temple of Time, and then they'll do a mad dash over to the castle for the end game.
That shatters so easily against my power.
Yeah, that's pretty much 8%.
I think they allowed amiibo for this category, right?
I think it was up to the runners, because I think Slush won't be running with amiibos, but I think Moist opted for amiibos, so.
Okay.
How do you know our names?
But yeah, amiibos are practical because you don't have to chase, well, not chase, but like go for like some items. Like you don't have to go out of your way to gain some items, but amiibos are very RNG heavy, so that's like the trade-off of using the toys. Yeah, it's literally gambling, but hey. At least it's game by that you only lose time and not like, you know, anything else. It's not too bad.
And if the house wins, you can always just jump into the cave and go get the one that's hidden in the rock if you get fed up with it.
Yeah. Yeah, if the house wins. I almost started the run with the mod on. That would have been very interesting, Moist. But yeah, the second time watching this cutscene is not too bad. It's gonna be like the third time, honestly. We're all gonna be tired of it. Hence why community voted to be able to skip this cutscene. under certain condition, but still quite nice. Mm. So again, both runners are gonna be picking up the broken master sword and do the cock skip skip. I would had a bit of trouble with the skip, and Elias I think got it second try, something like that. So it's gonna be interesting to see how these two are gonna handle the trick. Which, by the way, for people who don't know, this is a skip that exists in every patches of the game. The must or jumps, as we call it, is not like is an in-game mechanic that is just there. Like it's not a glitch per se. It's just like a movement option that exists, and they pretty much got it at the same time.
Yep.
Nice.
Like third try for both of them.
Pretty standard. That's honestly. It's such a tight jump.
And following up after a previous pair of runners, I'm sure you could be a little nervous.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Like, I'm only running like 50 minutes and I'm nervous already. so-
Right, yeah.
Like I know my turn's coming. But yeah, same thing's gonna happen here. Both runners are gonna pick up the wings, and they're gonna dupe them. I think any person wants to dupe around like 22, right? Begin with.
I just always know you do 12 at the end. I've never done
Okay,
it before.
That's fair. Usually, like when you know that you'll run at some point, it's just muscle memory and
So it's
habits.
dupe at 3, 6, and 12, right? I think.
Yeah, 3, 6, 12. So you end up with 22.
Yeah, 24, 22, right? Both of these runners are going to go for wing flip, I believe.
It's any percent, so yes. Generally, you're only clouded one for it. Because the thing with wing flip is it can save quite a bit of time, but it's also like if you fail it, the only way to like back it up is either to there's two ways. You can just not back it up and go straight to the construct, or having to rewatch this entire cutscene every time. So it's probably faster in a race setting to just go to the construct and take the time loss. Ooh, that was weird for Slosh there. I'm not sure what happened. Kind of like wrapped her on the wing. But that was very well done on the moist side though. You get pushed down, so okay, so that's what happened. Because I knew it was a possibility, I don't think I've seen it before in the run.
Yeah, when you get pushed in front of the wing, it can be very finicky. But sometimes you can get lucky and land on the wing without taking any damage and only using one wing. It's such an inconsistent thing to like replicate, you know?
Mm-hmm. No, it's definitely up there when it comes to like the tricks to do in this game. Like it looks very simple. It's just like dropping a wig, jab slash, grabbing the wing, but there's some precision to it that makes it very hard. Oh, it seems like we have a little bit of trouble with Moist right now. Yeah. So let's see how Sludge gonna handle that things. So he's doing a backflip where when he starts going into free fall, you can pull out the quick menu, drop a wing, and then just master jump on top of the wing. And for any person here, you want to break your sword, as it's gonna save you a little bit of in the menuing. It's gonna save you a little bit of time. Because just like the beginning of Master Sword, what we're gonna do is and so you're gonna pick up the sword here and the shield.
Yeah, breaking that sword prevents you from getting an additional text box that tells you, hey, this is how you swap between weapons, which you'll end up ultimately seeing later on in the end game when you get to the army fight and they start collecting weapons. You'll get that prompt later on. It really just kind of pushes it off until later.
Hmm. I knew more of the internet issues this week, but we were hoping that it'd be fine for today. Since yesterday night they tried to stream and everything was fine. Hopefully, we can get that fixed soon while running. Mhm. But yeah, Slash here just collecting bombs, just like in Master Sword earlier. Bombs are just are gonna be just as useful in this category, as people are gonna set up arrow smuggle flight again for this one. His internet seems to be acting up again tonight. Well, tonight, this afternoon.
Oh.
Oh, he's
He
back.
might have pulled back up.
Yeah. I don't know if Moise took my advice and has been luckily recording his runs, but I hope he did. Because I think we can all agree that Moise is a legit runner, but just in case someone claims he did something weird. But yeah, welcome back, Moist. Hi.
Similar
like
to
the-
what we... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
I was so they're gonna go and pretty much do the same thing that we saw earlier in MSR. They're gonna collect this this bow. They're gonna go up, get another bow from the chest, and set up quick drop smuggle. And they're gonna then use arrow flight to go up, get to the top of this shrine.
Yeah, it's quite a neat trick, honestly. It seems like he got a quick drop smuggle fairly quickly. I know it's a trick that is somewhat easy to mess up if you're just even a little bit off with one of your pauses.
I can confirm.
And yeah, one thing like we mentioned earlier, like if you die with this trick, it's basically killed. So it's practical to keep 2 bows on you at all times too for that, just in case. Because maybe not on GSI per se, but like I know later with army and everything, it's fairly easy to die. And quick drop smuggle flight is gonna be used for like an out of bound later. So if you lose it, you kind of have to reset it again.
And it can sometimes be a little tricky to set up. As you can see, the bow tries to drop the second you the second it spawns in the real world. In some certain areas, it can just fall through the map, and you'll have to just redo the setup again.
Mm-hmm. All right. So both runners are. Well, most is the only cutscene here, I guess. Yeah. Like I mentioned previously, this cutscene is unskippable, sadly. One good thing, though, I don't think we've mentioned earlier is if you're familiar with Breath of the Wild speedruns, when it comes to shrines, you always have to wait a little bit to skip the cutscene. In this game, this is not the case. You can just skip every cutscene right away as soon as they're skippable, which is nice. So there's not a lot of like waiting around. Yeah. Oh, here there's a small rot change here compared to Master Sword. I'm gonna pick up the shield now with the flame emitter. Not nah. What am I talking about? Master Sword did the same thing earlier. I think I'm thinking
Slug,
of. Oh,
Slush
sorry.
went through the bottomless cave already, so he won't have to drop down there later to collect the bombs and shield. I'm interested to see if he does the battery throw from up top or if he drops down below.
Right. That's why I was confused because Clouded did also a wing flip earlier, and Moist too. No, I think he's dropping still. Ooh.
Oh, good save.
Honestly, the runners should have been saving when their mistakes quite well. Like we saw some like a cart-like shenanigans earlier with both Clouded and Elias, and now this.
Yeah, and that save Clouded had in the shrine too.
Yeah.
Both runners got their battery throw. Nice.
Yep. Yeah, it's a throw that can be I believe the wind can push a little bit your wing that you throw, so sometimes it messes with the skip.
And there's also a possibility that you can cause the throw to not work if you aim the camera too low down over at the construct.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if Slush's was going to work there because he almost pointed directly down.
Turned out fine for him. Yeah, one thing we see here is Moist been duping bombs as he was in free fall, so he can grab them at the same time as they're going up with him. Pretty cool looking. Also a very safe one 1.0 to two bombs as they won't explode under you. So more flat arrow smuggle shenanigans on top of the shrine to skip the cutscene. I feel like I'm gonna be the only run where we see that cutscene. Alright, Slush doing the same with his bomb duping. It's so cool, honestly.
It can be a tricky move to learn at first. I think when you drop the bombs, it's important to make sure that you keep the joystick neutral, because if you're pushing forward, the forward movement of Link will kind of get stored with the bombs, so they'll act like they have a little bit more velocity, and they will blow you up.
Oh yeah, I've seen that
But
before.
if you just take your hand off the joystick, you're fine.
Yeah, no, the way the momentum carries in this game is very interesting. It's one aspect of the game I generally like. Oh, I was paying half attention, but it seems like Moist drop his arrow smuggle flight. He's not too far from the shrine, but it's quite a run still. I believe he meant
Nice
to hit
backup.
top of the wing there, right?
Yeah, I think he was trying to land a little bit more on the nose so he could get launched forward.
Nice. Love that backup, honestly.
Yeah, there's a decent patch of flat ground there for setting up there. That was a good recovery. Let's give Slash a chance to catch up a little bit.
Yeah, it seems like he's on a good arrow flight right now. So
Yeah.
yep, he got it all the way. Nice. Right, so third ability is gonna be Ultra N. We briefly mentioned it earlier. I think once again we won't see it too much in action this run. Yeah, I think Moise is doing the same setup as the two previous runners right now. He has a little bit of trouble getting the angle, but he got it right.
Is he going for rail bonk? Oh, he tried.
Oh,
There's
it's
a
okay.
little optimization there where you can bonk that rail and it'll kind of redirect you almost directly to the end of the shrine.
Oh,
But if you
that's
go
nice.
just a little bit too low, your head will hit the underside and your feet might touch the ground.
Well, Slash opted to not go for this small optimization, so gonna save a little bit of time here over Moist. Okay, that's the risk sometimes when you try to go for like small optimizations, but if you don't get them, you end up losing a little bit instead. It's a risk, but you know, if it pays off, it pays off. All right, muzzle jump on the wing right here.
Now, in the previous race, I think Elias was doing the staircase bomb launch, right? In
Yep.
this one, I believe Slash and Moist are both going to do the wing bomb launch.
I believe so. Yeah. Yeah. Both Moist and Slush also going for like a higher, like to get a, well, to basically be a little bit higher than Clouded earlier. I think Clouded was very low, but landed right in front of the door, which is technically more optimal, I would say. But being higher also is a little bit safer. I think the only thing is I've seen some runners actually being high enough that they did not see like the Temple of Time and actually just go straight over it. So that's a thing to be careful of. All right. Oh, by the way, the wheels we see here are on a cycle. I don't know exactly when they start moving, but depending on how you get to the Temple of Time, your pattern is going to be different. So sometimes you might be faster and get a slightly different pattern that might not be optimal. Some of the time you'll be slower and still get what you want.
I could be mistaken here, but I think they start spinning once you exit Ultra Hand. I think that's when they start spinning. So depending on how quickly you're making your arrow flight over to the temple door, that's how you can base it.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. I mean, it's pretty usually uh consistent. But yeah, one small thing we didn't mention earlier, Moist and I, but when opening the map, you can do like if you do an action like crouching, jumping, or even opening the start menu before opening the map, it's gonna skip a cutscene where Link's gonna take the time to pull out the slate and the Purapad. Sorry, I keep thinking of the Sheikah slate, but it's the Purapad in this game. But yeah, that's skip that small animation. It's like a second or two, I think. It's small, but it's definitely a thing.
Moist went for a different lineup than his typical head bonk one on the ceiling and the staircase.
Didn't go for the Canadian bunk. I think that's how he calls it, right?
Yeah, I think so. And there's our final time we'll probably be seeing Ultra Hand used.
Yeah. Well, Dungeon's next, so we'll see.
Yeah, until the next category.
But yeah, here you've seen Clouded doing it too. I think Elias and now Moist and Slush, but you don't have to use recall to line up those things. I forgot what they call in English. Would you happen to know?
I guess just the hands of the... It's like a clock almost, right?
Yeah. But yeah, you can line those up with Ultra and stick them together instead of going for recall. And here,
What?
Moist did some gambling. Yep.
Yeah, pretty lucky. I think that was third scan?
Yeah, third scan, I believe you. Yeah, it's like a 13% chance that something drops, right? Oh, Slush opted to go for Amiibo. So, as you can see, a lot of gems can drop, but what you want is either Topaz or Ruby. And the drop rate is not in your favors. No, that sound is not good. That usually means you already used the Amiibo you're trying to scan.
There we go.
Finally. Not too bad.
Oh, we got a Topaz too.
Wait, there's a Sapphire. Is that a Sapphire I see too? No. Wait, no, there was a Sapphire too. What? You got all three. You don't want it. Yeah, I believe Topaz and is the spread damage, right? Yeah, oh no, yeah, Sapphire freezes your enemies, yeah. So it takes longer. Freezes damage doesn't stack in this game. That's interesting. Alright, Moist is almost done with his GSI. Currently opening the doors. Slush is having a little bit of trouble getting to the statue, but still made it.
Moist getting a max speed arrow flight launch. Nice.
Oh yeah, that's pretty quick.
It's a pretty consistent setup. All you have to do is drop a wing. I mean, you saw him do it while he was doing a slash, and then he shield hopped or he did a Z forward hop one time, 4 shield parries, and then does a delayed shield surf. Or a shield surf like on the quickest frame you can, rather.
Mm-hmm.
To land just as far up on the tip of the nose of that wing as he can, just to get you a little bit extra speed over previous setups that we would use.
Can we talk how cool moist duping is right now? I don't know if Slud's gonna go for it too, but because usually runners used to dupe on top of a wing, but now it's been figured out that you can just do your shield surf, like backward shield surf, and dupe in midair, and still catches them. It's a bit risky, obviously, but hey, if it works, it works.
Looks like Slush is opting for the backflip dive dupe.
Yeah. Yo, Jackstronomy, thank you for the raid. Really appreciate. But yeah, here we're gonna see another way to get out of bound, I guess, because earlier we saw the stick clip out of bound. But now with our smuggle flight, we can actually jam link into a collision, and with a well-timed shell serve, just get into it. And because everything is hollowed, like I was trying to explain earlier, it's just easy to dive all the way down to the army fight. So yeah, there's literally nothing in your way except like the few rooms and like a couple of like I guess gloom branches or roots on the ground, but other than that, it's yeah, no, it's pretty straight all the way down.
Now Moist is going to have to clip back inbounds, and he's going to do that by shield surfing and unequipping his shield, putting Link into a ragdoll state so that he can clip through that that invisible barrier there and get back inbounds.
Yeah, that was pretty well done too. Pretty smooth. Slush about to do the clip too on his side. He's opting for a slightly different position there. Oh, wasn't quite high enough, I believe.
Oh no.
Oh man.
Moist AoE'd himself.
You hate to see that. So that means it should be back where exactly Slush is right now, except he
Yeah,
doesn't
they'll
have
be
the.
almost tied up.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to reset up his arrow smuggle, which I think Moist is gonna opt to. Oh, maybe he's gonna go without it.
Yeah, true. There's a way
Okay.
to clip back out of bound without it, but it's trickier. And I'm sure it's not something everyone has practiced, like in a long time.
Okay, so what he's doing is he's doing a sequence of duping so that he can max out his inventory, and that way the next quick drop smuggle that he does, when he does his fall damage cancel, he's gonna have to hit an input that might attempt to pick up the shield, or pick up the bow rather, and maxing out his inventory just prevents that bow from being picked up, so that he can retain the arrow smuggle. In previous spots, you would see you would do the quick drop smuggle in Ascend, and when you leave that shrine, the bow gets kind of attached to Link, but it's no longer floating underneath him. For the rest of this sequence that Moist is in, the bow is just going to be underneath him at all times.
Yeah. When it seems like that clip just doesn't want to work for Slush right now.
There we go.
I just had to open my mouth. Let's go. Reverse jinx, I guess.
Is that archway clip that Moist is using a relatively new development? 'Cause this is the first time I've seen it.
I'm not sure how new it is, but it's I've seen Moist going for it recently, so and it's been working well. So maybe it's just a preference. Yeah, but yeah, Slush now is a little bit ahead. Let's see if he gets the ragdoll clip first try. And he did. Let's go. Moy's gonna do the same thing now. Get the ragdoll clips too. Let's go. It's gonna be quite close now.
Interesting. I think Moist was trying maybe to land over at the spot with the autosave on the side. But I'm not
Maybe.
sure.
Because this is a way to not respawn all the way to Avril Castle, but it's quite difficult.
So you'll see both of these runners during these fights taking advantage of a technique called rune throw canceling. So when they throw the ruby, and after it leaves their hand, they're going to quickly flash the rune wheel, or they're going to quickly flash their recall ability and then cancel it with B. It's just a quick little way to make it so that Link can throw items a little bit faster, one after another.
Yeah, it makes it also a little bit safe because you can kind of like move away if you see that you're throwing a little bit too close of yourself, which is nice.
One consequence of having Quick Drop Smuggle in its state right now, as you might have seen, is when Moist goes to pick up items, the bow that's underneath him is colliding with some of the items around him and making them move away from him. Makes it a little tough to pick up the right things from time to time.
Yeah, they both seem to have finished the fight fairly at the same time. I don't know how that's gonna affect the clip here with the Our Flight Smuggle, but like both runners right now are doing a trick called the Zuggle. By opening the map and dropping your current weapon that you're holding and then equipping the other one, and then dropping it too. It's gonna stack the items on top of each other, which is gonna eventually, when you have enough, you'll do a lot of damage that is stacked on top of each other. So it's gonna basically the Ganondorf fight is gonna go by a lot faster. One thing is one reason, by the way, why they have to do the army fight first and then go to Ganondorf is simply because when the boss spawns, the Ganondorf trigger. I mean, the Ganondorf basically can now be done. You can access Ganondorf, but during the army fight, for some reason, Ganondorf is not there yet, so it's probably like an event thingy in the game.
Both runners missing the flurry of rush at the same time. That's funny.
That was wonderful. Nah, when you feel confident at this flurry rush, you can easily miss it for some reason. Like the timing is not super tight, like it's pretty lenient, but like you can be just a little bit too soon or a little bit too late and it just throws you off completely.
Slush narrowly surviving there with a quarter heart.
Yeah. That have not been good because I think you restart before army if you die there too, right? Or is it slightly before Ganondorf? I forgot how
There's
90% works there.
there's so you saw that ledge that they dropped down
Mm-hmm.
through that tunnel right before Ganon. There's an autosave that generates, I think, once you enter the Ganon battle. So if you die, you'll just spawn right there in front of that little ledge before the cutscene. But you would have to, they would have to do some extra things to make sure that they have the right damage output the next time they fight Ganon.
Yep. With that, by the way, now that they're both at Demon Dragon, I think it's time for me to tap out and let Cloud take over.
All right, good luck.
Right. Thank you. Good luck, guys.
Hello everybody. How are you all doing on this wonderful speedrun Sunday? Great to see you all. Thanks for coming out for the relay.
Got
Thanks as
another
well
really
to
tight-
Lou and
Sorry.
Moist for helping out with comms, and McGina as well. But yeah, this race for any percent between these two top runners has been neck and neck. And it looks like it's going to come down to the final Demon Dragon fight, as it so often does with many speedrunners on PB pace. Have we, sorry, I just jumped in. Have we explained how the 2-cycle dragon works yet?
Oh, not yet, not yet. So the way that the this sequence is going to work, it's kind of a fight on rails. Ganon is going to be cycling around, and the goal here is to try and get rid of 2 of the eyes in each cycle. You'll see they do a jump off to the left here, and they're going to get rid of the first one. They're gonna then get kind of launched off by Ganon. He's gonna buck them off, and they're going to use a wing to fly over to the next one. They'll get rid of this tier, or this eye, and then they'll be on to the second cycle. They'll try and get 2 more eyes on that one, and if it works out, then they can go straight to finishing off Ganon by destroying the tier.
Great explanation, and we see Slush and Moist both dropping their weapons and scattering those halberds all over the ground. It's interesting because this fight, I'm assuming for cinematic plot purposes, they heavily nerf every other weapon to kind of force you into using the Master Sword. And so with all those Zuggled weapons, their hitbox can sometimes get in the way and be inconsistently applying damage to the weak point. So we'll see, we saw both our runners drop their Zuggles for that purpose. Looks like Moist and Slush both got a clean first cycle. This launch right here from the 3rd eye to the 4th eye that we see Slush doing is actually, in my opinion, one of the most difficult parts of the run, because you can tend to get, or of Demon Dragon, since you tend to get launched off in the wrong direction sometimes. But it looks like both of our runners have successfully made it onto the wing, going to the 4th eye. Slush with a great dragon here. Now he's going to be doing these mid-air jump slashes to not only move a little bit closer to the head, but also to kind of stall and wait for Zelda to circle back around. And if he did everything right, which he's looking good so far, Zelda should drop him basically right over the Secret Stone at the very end to deliver the final hits. Again, as I'm sure you've all seen, this race has been incredibly close the entire time. Congrats to both runners for keeping it interesting. Oh, and it looks like Slush was just a bit too slow, so he's going to have to wait out the dragon cycle here and slow dive down. And Moist actually pulling ahead right here. So you're going to see him do this side slash that we affectionately call the Moist Hop, since he actually is the one who discovered it. But if you are touching the dragon's head for the final hit here, you, on version 1.0 exclusively, you get an 8-second long black loading screen transition. And doing that hop will put you in the air at the end to prevent it. It looks like Slush unfortunately landed on the ground and got the 8-second load. Also allowing Moist to just pull ahead right at the very end. A photo finish here, so now all that's left for our 2 runners is to skip 2 cutscenes, and dive to catch the princess.
What a nail biter these past 2 races have been.
No kidding. I promise we weren't paid off by ZSR to keep the race closed. A little slow to skip the cutscene there from Slush. Lost probably a second to that, but he's putting his teammate in great position to run neck and neck. Dynotech versus Lou on AD coming up right here on ZSR. But yeah, thanks both to these both awesome runners and to McGina as well for helping out with our commentary today.
Yep,
Are you going to be
me.
sticking around for all Dungeons commentary, or are you hopping off?
I'll be watching from the sidelines.
Sounds good, sounds good. Thank you so much for your help. And there we go. Now it is time for all Dungeons, my personal favorite category in this game, both to run and to watch. And today's going to be a pretty special race between Lou and Dino. But first of all, GG's to Slush, GG's to Moise. Incredible any percent run. But yep, I'll be taking you guys through this run. This is a pretty special run, like I mentioned, because unlike the previous 2 races, both runners are going to be on different versions. Dynotech is playing on version 1.0, I believe, and Lou is playing on version 1.1.1. And in most categories for this game, it's faster to speedrun on 1.0 for various reasons, such as the intro clip that we saw. Wing flip is a lot easier on version 1.0, and a lot of exclusive glitches. However, 1.1.1 still has one thing holding it kind of in competitiveness, and that is the auto build cancel slide, which we will get to later for sure. But it's a very fast movement tech that's incredibly competitive with the fastest movement that 1.0 has to offer. And the first difference you're going to see right here is already Dino going for a fast intro clip. He looks like he tried to get it with no setup, didn't quite get it, so I imagine he's going to try to position a little more carefully this time. That looks to be the case. Whereas this clip is not possible on version 1.1.1, so we'll see Lou just running through casually, making sure to jump over the cutscene triggers to get a little bit of extra distance. Nice clip from Dino, got the cutscene skip, very well done. So in terms of the time differences between these 2 runs, we're likely, assuming consistent play, we should be seeing Dino pull ahead by a few minutes during the first 45 minutes or so of the run. That is due to not only the faster movement options available on GSI for version 1.0, but also this route that was crafted a few months ago for version 1.0, and is actually the current world record route, beating out 1.1.1 for the first time. This route skips auto build, which is going to be a crucial part of Lou's speedrun on version 1.1.1 because of the auto build cancel slide, which I had mentioned previously. And so grabbing auto build, I believe, takes about 2 to 2.5 minutes. So that's basically a free time save for Dino. However, Lou will be able to make up quite a bit of that time save and possibly more during the later sections of the run due to the auto build cancel slide being a bit better in certain situations than the movement options available for Dino on version 1.0. Excuse me. So now we're also going to see Lou making a hard save here at the very end of intro. This will be his setup for getting the message not found sword, which we are going to see both runners go for. And now for the third and hopefully the last time today, we'll treat it to this amazing cutscene that we have all come to know and love. So, if we're watching Dino's screen for the next 30 minutes or so, it's going to be very, very similar to what you saw from the last 2 runs, both Master Sword and any percent. One of the great equalizers of 1.0 is the fact that the GSI times have been lowered significantly, and that has given quite a big boost to categories being run on 1.0. So not much to say there that we haven't already touched, unless you're coming in new, but we'll make sure to explain those tricks as well. But we're going to be seeing a bit of a slower route from Lou throughout GSI. And this is Dino's chance to pull out all the stops or at least try to keep it consistent so he can get that free time save over Lu to start out the run, because he will need it, like I mentioned, throughout the rest of the run as the auto build cancel slide slowly creeps up behind.
Carries that fragile sword. A link. Raru placed his faith in you.
This will be interesting. This is kind of a all dungeons debut for Dinotech as well. I'm not sure if he's run the category much in the past, but he does have some experience running 100% as well as any percent. So we'll see how much that comes in to help him during this final leg of our relay race, bringing it home with all dungeons. I'm also curious to see how Lu navigates speed food situation, because on version 1.1 it is a little bit faster to stop and cook speed food along the way. Since you don't get the benefit of a fast GSI, might as well stop by the cooking pot. That could change in the future, but for now the route still wants to grab some speed 3 food and make 4 or 5 speed elixirs for certain running sections throughout the run. And so I'm curious to see if Lu goes for an amiibo scan or frogs. I believe he normally plays on no amiibo, but we shall see. I believe it was left up to runner's choice. And there we can already see the benefit of playing on version 1.0, as Dino is quite far ahead of Lu in terms of the intro section, already picking up the Decayed Master Sword while Lu is still loading onto a GSI. So we're gonna see him go for Cog Skip as well. And I believe it was mentioned prior in the last race, but Cog Skip does work the same on all versions, so we will see Lu going for that as well. Although we will likely not see Lu going for Wing Flip as it is much harder and inconsistent on version 1.1 compared to 1.0 that Dino is running. He will still want to grab those wings from up top and use them to make GSI navigation a lot faster. So Cog Skip is an incredibly important trick in basically every single category. I actually can't think of a single category that doesn't want Cog Skip. Maybe Blindfolded perhaps? Although a certain speedrunner that we all know has actually managed to pull off Cog Skip blindfolded, which is an incredible feat to be sure. Dino struggling a little bit on the Cog. I know from experience, this trick can be very finicky sometimes. Looks like Lu got a decent second, third try, I believe. Actually bridging the gap between him and Dino that was set in intro already. And it looks like Dino broke his sword, so he's gonna have to reload here. But it's a little known fact that reloading here is actually a manip to make Cog Skip easier. So we should expect him to get it on the first or second try after the load. Just kidding, I wish. If that was the case, I probably would have done a lot better in my race earlier, but no pressure. It's a 3-hour run. There's lots of time to lose and lots of time to save to not have to worry so much about just one trick. The important thing here is just staying calm, staying level-headed, and getting past this section so you can get outdoors and onto the rest of GSI. But yeah, for those just coming in, this is the third leg of our 3-part Tears of the Kingdom multi-category relay put on by ZSR. The first category was Master Sword, then any percent, and now we are treated off to all dungeons, my personal favorite category, to round us out for the end of the day. And we'll see Lu coming off the side here, diving down into the title cutscene. Like I mentioned, I will be very, very surprised if he goes for a wing flip here. I'm not sure if he's even... actually, no, I think he has practiced it a bit, but I haven't seen him do it in runs before. So who knows, he may pull out a little surprise for us and go for a wing flip. The reason that wing flip is a bit different on this version is because they added a cooldown between how soon you can jump slash before performing another action, such as canceling that jump slash with a dive, which is basically the mechanic that makes wing flip viable on version 1.0. And I'm not sure if many people have even gone for wing flip on later versions in speedruns, although it has been proven possible. We'll see Dino duping some extra wings here. The wings are not only crucial for GSI, but there's many parts during the rest of the run where you're going to want to use wings to facilitate movement, even though we have faster movement options, and we'll see why as we get there. And as I thought, Lou is not going to go for a wing flip, so now this is a chance where Dino can kind of try to pull ahead a little bit more. If he manages to land a wing flip, as I believe was mentioned earlier during the prior two races. Performing wing flip allows you to go on a slightly different route at the start of the game known as early ascend, where you can make it up to the ascend shrine quicker that we saw Moist successfully pull. Well, I guess in theory he did. The internet was a little bit obscuring our vision. So let's hope that Dino gets it so we can show off that cool strat. It's definitely been one of the more fun developments, although quite tough throughout the life of this speedrun. So we're gonna see him pull out the wing, got the flip, got the wall grab, and it looks like he's gonna take a bit of extra damage, but nice landing on the wing. Now, with that part out of the way, it still takes quite a bit of skill and patience to maneuver the wing in place. Let's see if he can get a good placement here. That looks perfect. So as long as he... Oh, did he touch the ground for a second there? It looks like he might have touched the ground, but I didn't see an autosave trigger, so it should be fine. But we'll see. And so now Dino has actually bridged the gap already a little bit due to flying on the wing being faster than that running portion that we saw from Lou. And if Dino can pull this off, he's also going to go for a glitch that we haven't seen yet, known as Quick Drop Zuggle. And it's similar to Quick Drop Smuggle that we've seen, and that we will continue to see from Dino later in the run. What Quick Drop Zuggle, it's basically the exact same glitch, but with a couple extra menuing inputs that allows that weapon on your feet to pass through loads. So the idea behind this trick is you're going to glue a weapon to your feet, travel back in time to your autosave at the beginning of intro, pick up that weapon, which gives you access to the menu inventory, which you don't normally have during the prologue. And then from there, you can either quick drop Zuggle or dynamic Zuggle the Master Sword from intro and carry it back to your manual save that you made on GSI. It's the fastest way that we have to get MNF, or message not found, in speedruns. And it looks like a good wing flight from Lou. Barely made it over the edge, so he'll be ready to head over to Bottomless Cave and make his way up to Ascend. Lou is also going to be grabbing the MNF, but we're going to see a different and slightly slower setup from him inside the... I'm not sure which shrine he does, either Fuse or Ultra Hand. We'll see him perform a similar, yet quite slightly slower glitch that's more viable for version 1.1 to get the MNF. And now we'll see Dino loading back to the prior save here. Unfortunately, he had a bit of a mishap there, so he's going to have to retry, and that includes watching the cutscene again, so unfortunate time loss. We'll see if he decides to cut his losses and play through normally, or if he's going to go for, or not normally, but the safer route, or if he's going to attempt a wing flip again. It'll be interesting to see his a bit of his philosophy as a runner.
Hello, hello.
Oh, we got Moist back in the call. How are you, friend?
Good, good. How are you?
Doing well. Thank you for joining us. So, correct me if I'm wrong. You have not run this category before, correct?
All dungeons? No.
So we've got a little bit of a newcomer's perspective, which will be great. And of course, you do have a wealth of other game knowledge as well. So, we're happy to have you on.
Thank you.
So now we'll see here if Dino's going to be going for a wing flip a second time. Even though he messed up, it's definitely still faster to retry it than go the normal route. But we'll see.
Lou is on 1.1.1 and Dino is on 1.0.
Got the wing flip, got the wall grab. Oh, a bit late on the dive. That's gonna be tough. Oh, and he got the ragdoll. Oh, that's unfortunate. Unfortunate death there. So what we saw there was after the grab on the wing, that's what resets your fall damage calculation. And then from there, you go into another jump slash to stall for a bit, go into a dive, pull out a wing, and then jump slash onto that wing. And you generally do tend to take a bit of damage. However, you're normally able to land safely. But it looks like, for whatever reason, Dino got his dive input out a bit too late, so he lost too much height, meaning he still took too much damage, and also causing him to ragdoll and fall off. Unfortunate, but I hope you guys like this cutscene. I personally do enjoy it. A nice little pan of Great Sky Island.
Did you talk about the autosave trigger below?
I don't think we quite touched on it. You're more of an expert at wing flip than I am, that's for sure. So.
Okay, so well, you can't go too low when doing wing flip, otherwise you hit like this box, which the game just forces an autosave no matter where you are. And so we have to do it decently high up, but not too high so that we fly the wing like off the island. But
pretty much. And in terms of ascent, we're kind of following Dino more than Lou here because he's running through the shrine pretty casually. Gonna dupe a couple bombs here. That is another crucial version difference to mention on 1.1. Oh no. Unfortunate from Dino. Basically the same thing happened again.
We'll see what Dino does. I feel like he should just run through now.
Mm-hmm. We shall see. He's still got quite a bit of time that he can make up throughout the rest of GSI with Arrow Smuggle later on. It's unfortunate that the autosave puts you all the way back at the chest and you have to redo the duping. I know when I've been practicing or messing up in no resets, that's definitely a bit frustrating. But as I was mentioning, the bomb duping on version 1.1 is a lot less volatile than version 1.0. There's a lot of differences on version 1.0 in terms of items and weapons and their collision. And that's what allows a lot of the menuing glitches like Quick Drop Smuggle and Dynamic Zuggle and such to work on 1.0 but not on 1.1. And items that you dupe are the same way. In 1.0, if you dupe too many at a time, they tend to spawn inside of each other and kind of spontaneously combust, which is why we see a whole bunch of creative methods for duping bombs in the prior two categories that we watched. However, Lou on 1.1 does not have that problem, so he can basically dupe bombs anywhere, anytime, and usually not have to worry about them blowing up. I say usually because it's definitely happened in the past. Oh, looks like he got bonked by the wing there, so he's gonna have to just run through normally at this point. Although, interesting philosophy to go for a wing flip every time. I do appreciate the commitment. It's very interesting to watch. And with Lou not exiting the Ascent Shrine, he's also going to attempt to perform the same battery throw that we saw in both of our prior races, whereby launching a capsule down at that construct, we can trigger dialogue to give us the battery remotely. And it looks like he got a good throw there. 3 battery for Lou. And it was probably mentioned before, but that trick is about an 15 to 20 second time save, roughly, depending on how long it takes you to line up your throw. And since Lou does not have access to Arrow Smuggle, he's just going to be riding the wing all the way to fuse and taking advantage of the travel time to dupe some bombs. And you can see he's getting 5 at a time. If that was 1.0, I'd be praying for my life. Those bombs would have definitely exploded.
Yeah, wow. It's kind of nice that he knows that to put away the shield, because once you get the battery, if you pull out your shield, the flame emitter starts spewing, which is kind of annoying.
Yeah, and it eats through the durability on your shield very fast, very fast. And he wants to keep that shield as fresh as possible for the rest of GSI. so he can perform these bomb jumps. While he does not have arrow smuggle, he still does have these bomb shields that are glitchless, right? And so he's going to be taking advantage of those to make his way more quickly throughout GSI. And actually, on Dino's screen, I'm interested to see how he handles this here, because if you go for early ascend / wing flip versus not, the setup to get message not found is a little bit different. And it looks like he's going to go for the faster yet more risky strat here. These wings on the staircase can be a bit finicky, but you want to make sure to avoid touching the ground at all costs. Good wing placement, that should be good for him. And now he's going to line up on the back of the door and try to set up quick drop Zuggle. This is a bit of a tense moment, oftentimes, because sometimes the weapons can be very finicky in the way they drop, and this can easily kill a run, but it looks like he accidentally picked up his weapon, resulting in a dupe. So let's see, if he tries to reload the save here, I'm not sure if that Zuggle went through. Let's see what he tries to do.
Oh, that's the ground.
Oh no, unfortunate. He's also lost his autosave and intro, which is going to cost him more time. It looks like he's rebooting the game for some reason. I'm not sure what the purpose of rebooting the game is here, but let's let him cook and see what he can come up with. So the perhaps muscle memory of resetting a run and trying again from scratch. But let's hope he doesn't actually select a new game again here. Classic. So the ideal strategy for getting the message not found on version 1.0 is if you're not doing early ascend, like it looks like Dino's gonna have to go for here, then you want to line up on the back of the door of the Temple of Time and set up the Zuggle glitch. And then after the cutscene, so the door has been activated, you pause and make a manual save. And then from there, hopefully you've preserved your autosave from intro if you haven't messed anything up. And then you can just reload that autosave that you got at the very start to yoink the message not found and bring it back to your manual save. However, since he's lost that autosave, he can still recover by going back to the title screen and selecting new game. It has the same effect. It just wastes about probably 30 seconds or so. Slower than if the autosave had been preserved.
So you see Lou getting shoes. Is that for Water Temple, I'm assuming?
He needs them for Water Temple, and I believe he's also going to be using them as an ingredient for Speed Elixir.
Oh, yes, yes.
This route's a bit nostalgic, because this is the route I ran when I first started doing all dungeons before I swapped over to version 1.0. And he's going to jump up here and grab some of our little froggy friends. So, lovers of frogs out there, please avert your eyes, as Lou is going to be a little bit murdery here and grab some. And he's going to dupe these frogs in Chew Jelly, as well as grabbing an ancient arowana. And we'll see Dino grab his later as well. This arowana is also crucial for the run for a very specific portion later on. But yeah, he does also need these Chew Jellies for Water Temple. I believe you need, depending on the strats you go for, either 2 or 3 extra chews for the muck, or what do they call it, sludge, in Water Temple, in addition to the king scales that are given to you for free. So it looks like he's gonna need to dupe a little bit more. I imagine he's running back to the riverbed to conserve durability on his shield, as like we mentioned earlier in the race. Inside of Fuse, when you dupe on the sand there, it doesn't take any durability hits to your shield. But looks like Dino got the quick drop Zuggle set up successfully this time, so now he's gonna have to go back to title screen and start new game. If he closes the game here, if that muscle memory comes back, he's gonna have to redo it all over again because closing the game will get rid of the Zuggle, and we definitely do not want that for this section. And so you can see here the route through GSI on version 1.1 on Lou's screen is you can definitely see how this is slower than what we saw throughout some of the other sections on GSI. Rather than being able to arrow fly directly to the shrine, he's going to be using this technique called wing bombs, where you basically bomb jump off onto wings and then just ascending up from underneath. Also grabbing this Zonai charge here that's going to be useful for getting Zonai parts from dispensers later on. So now we'll find out if Dino got the Zuggle correctly, which he did. So now you'll see on his screen that he now has access to the weapon inventory, which will allow him to Zuggle that message not found as any other weapon. And looks like he's going for a dynamic Zuggle here, which is slightly faster menuing than doing a second quick drop Zuggle.
I believe Lou is also getting the message not found in this shrine as well.
That's correct. He didn't grab an infuse, did he?
No, I don't think so. I think he does it at Ultra Hand.
That makes sense. If I remember correctly, the Ultra Hand setup is a bit faster due to not having to run back in as far the second time you enter the shrine.
Right.
And so then we'll see Lou making use of his manual save at the beginning of, or at the end of intro. It's quite interesting the way that these. Basically, it's two completely separate glitches and techniques to achieve the same purpose on different versions. And that's basically, a microcosm of how Tears of the Kingdom speedrunning works with all these different versions, is you can accomplish basically the same thing on any version. There's just a different method to do it that may end up being slower, potentially longer, and not viable for speedruns. But on 1.1, this is our method. So the way that it works on version 1.1 is the prologue map that Lou is running through at the beginning of the game, it overlaps with the map of shrine interiors. So that very specific spot that he jumped and dropped those weapons in Ultra Hand Shrine corresponds to the exact coordinates of where that weapon dropped in prologue. And so now we can see as he came back in, the message not found is right there where he left it in prologue, just a different coordinate on the same map that the game reuses for various portions.
Correct me if I'm wrong, because I can't hear the game, but I think Lou will have the humming sound for the message.
He will. That's right. If any of you guys are fans of the infinite Hylian microwave, as we like to call it, if we've got Lou's audio, you may be able to hear the hum from the Master Sword later on once he zuggles them to his hand. And that is because of a trigger that is set very early on in the second cutscene of the prologue, which sets a flag for the Master Sword to hum. And that applies to the message not found as well as the normal Master Sword. Well, no, I think it just applies to message not found, since the normal Master Sword doesn't exist in intro. But anyways, yeah, on version 1.0, since Dino's autosave where he yoinked it from was before that trigger, he will have the silent MNF. Overall, this has been very clean execution and movement from Lou so far, although his GSI route is decidedly slower than Dino's. Oh, barely clearing that ledge there. Good save, good save. He's playing very consistently and on a decent pace.
Yeah, honestly.
Is there still no way to get the message not found tunic? Oh, the champion's leathers from intro. As far as I believe, not without hacks. I don't believe there's a legitimate way to get it in game. And I just realized that Dino's playing on Joy-Cons, which is quite interesting. I used to be a Joy-Con runner myself back in the day, and
I don't know how you could. It's like small.
I mean, I guess I have small hands or something, but after switching to Pro Controller, I cannot go back. It feels like playing on like a Happy Meal toy or something. And the joystick response is not nearly as good.
The amiibo scanner is really good though.
It is. At least compared to the Pro Controller, I'm always having issues with my scans. These days, I just try to stick to no amiibo categories like all dungeons and Master Sword. So now we'll see Dino going again for that quick drop smuggle that we saw in both other races, as he is playing on version 1.0. And looks like a little bit too fast there. He's gonna have to reset this up. We'll see if he can get enough height from down below. I've actually, yeah, this requires a very fast sequence of inputs. I believe the like tool assisted maximum beats per minute that you can aerofly is around 162, something like that. Maybe 165. Which there's no flight in the game that requires you to go nearly that fast. But this flight in particular, to gain height, enough height to make it up on the ledge, you have to input very quickly, which increases the chance dramatically for you to get an early Y press, which means you'll get a normal jump slash instead of the glitched jump slash cancel provided by Aerosmuggle, which fails the flight. And we can see on his input display, Dino's practicing his ZRY reps for Aerosmuggle during the cutscene. I like it. I am also a cutscene button masher. So now we've got Lou entering the last shrine recall, and without Aeroflight, he's just going to be riding the rafts here. This basically is a very casual run through of the shrine, but Speed 3 definitely makes it very easy to catch the earliest possible cycle. For these clock hands here.
I like hitting buttons that I didn't hit in like the previous split all the time that I didn't use because I feel like it
Keep
needs
the
to be
controller evenly worn.
Exactly.
That's funny. But yeah, I'm definitely a button fidgeter. I don't use input display anymore because I don't want people to see. Oh, and looks like Lou's going to be diving out here for. Oh right, the warp. Does he know about the load manip inside the cave? I wonder. So this load on the warp here from recall back to Ultra Hand to finish off GSI. There's actually been extensive testing a few months ago on how to manipulate the load to speed it up. And in the past, people would run out of the cave, like we saw Lou there, but we actually found a slightly faster on average method that you may have seen in Master Sword or in any percent. Actually, no, in any percent you wouldn't see it. I think I was the only one who did it in Master Sword. But basically, you fuse a bomb, your next bomb, and then you run onto the wall. Just spending a little bit more time in the cave allows you to get a faster load, let the world load in a little bit more before getting that warp. And I guess if you have speed 3, it's probably about equal to running outside. But it's the same concept.
Yeah.
This, as a speed game, Tears of the Kingdom is getting to the point where we're looking to squeeze out every last drop of optimization we can, even from some of these longer categories. So looking into things like load manipulation, possible cutscene skips, those are like the things that we hope for the most. Personally, I would love to see more cutscene skips in this game, and this category specifically, because it is quite cutscene heavy. But that doesn't mean you get to rest. Oftentimes you're frantically mashing through text.
All right, Blue is nearing the end of GSI.
A sub 34 GSI time is very respectable for all dungeons 1.1. And we've just been informed that Lou is actually on PB pace by quite a bit. That's he just performed one of his best ever GSIs. So great start to the run for Mr. Lou on version 1.1 here. And we'll see how he can follow up and keep pace. So now Lou's next objective, like we mentioned at the start, is he's going to go grab auto build. Because as we mentioned, the auto build cancel slide glitch is one of the fastest movement options available for long distance travel in this game, glitched or otherwise. And so getting auto build is going to be his first priority now, before he proceeds to any other of the quest objectives required to complete the all dungeons speedrun. And you'll see him also damaging down this tree branch here. This is to set up the weapon state transfer glitch, which will add double power to the message not found sword. But we can save that explanation for when we get to the actual glitch execution.
I was about to say weapon modifier corruption.
Weapon modifier corruption. That's that Breath of the Wild brain rot coming through for you.
I believe he's getting fairies first, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna be coming down this island for fairies and also for a freestanding rocket. So we're about to see another quintessential movement glitch in Tears of the Kingdom, the ever-loved pocket rocket, or rocket boarding, as the scientific name is, where you can set up with a glitch known as fuse entanglement, where if you attempt to fuse a rocket or anything to your shield, and then you cancel that fuse animation by reopening the rune menu, quickly swapping to shield, and then switching to another shield or unequipping and re-equipping, then you will achieve what's called fuse entanglement, where the rocket exists on the shield and in the physical world. So he's going to fuse it to his weapon like that, and now he can kind of surf infinitely through the air. And this is another one of the crucial differences to look out for between version 1.1 and 1.0 in this category, being that in version 1.0, Pocket Rocket does work. However, it's quite more effective as the durability, or how long you can use the rocket shield, is tied to the durability of the specific shield you're using, rather than on version 1.1. The rocket has its own internal item cooldown, as most Sony devices do, which only gives you about, I believe, 30 to 40 jumps. I want to say something around there. So we'll have to see. We're going to see Lou setting up Pocket Rocket way more often than Dino once we get to that point. And Lou back there performing a very stylish mount onto the wing. Those wing pulls are always super fun to watch. And he's going to take the time to dupe a few extra wings. Lou is going to be needing a lot more wings than Dino because auto build cancel slide uses these wings. I believe it's 3 every time.
Yeah.
So he's probably going to go through a total of 100 wings or more over the course of the run. And looks like Dino successfully made it up to Ultra Hand, although he broke his branch. So he's going to have to switch to the Rusty Sword backup. And it looks like he's still got the message not found Zuggle. Normally I prefer to throw it by now. Because if he dies with his weapon out, he's going to lose that sword. Because technically it's not in his inventory yet. It's still Zuggled to his person. Unless he already cleared it and then re-Zuggled or something that I didn't catch. But yeah, personally I prefer to clear the dynamic Zuggle and pick up the sword as an actual weapon in my inventory as soon as possible. But I'll let him cook for sure. That's one thing I love about this auto build sequence is you got these Yiga guys in disguise trying to get you to build this thing for them, and you can just say nope and warp away. Leave them hanging.
On 1.12, if you dive straight down to the depths, I'm pretty sure you can't warp out. Or sorry, on 1.0 you can't warp out, right?
That's correct. Oh yeah, and there's Dino cleared his Zuggle. Maybe he's listening to the commentary. Should I stop giving him hints? But here we're gonna see Lou's initial setup for the auto build cancel slide, which requires building a pretty precise blueprint here with these wings, and he's gonna save it as a favorite. So the way auto build cancel slide, as many glitches do in this game, works is by initiating an action in the menu, canceling that, which provides an interesting effect, So the blueprint remains in place, and by mounting it like that and holding the wing in place, the blueprint is programmed to stay a certain distance away from Link. So if you're riding it, it'll still try to move away from him. But if you're on it, you get a free ride. And so we're gonna see him moving very fast and losing a lot of height. That was a very good slide. Almost perfect execution from Lou there. And he's gonna be diving down all the way to Lookout Landing. And since he's got fairies, he can just splat right into the ground, tank the fall damage infinitely at this point. Mashing through cutscenes, text, dialogue. Everybody say hello to Pura.
Yes.
So the reason that we are coming to Lookout Landing here... Oh, it looks like Dino overshot. Oh, he almost saved it. Oh, very clutch fall damage cancel. Although he landed in the water, so he would be safe there. But now he's gonna have to ascend. Let's see if he grabs the Korok. Looks like he missed it. Anyways, where was I? So the reason that we're here at Lookout Landing is to progress the to unlock the regional phenomena quest. Which the regional phenomena are the 4 main dungeons that will be completing Fire, Water, Lightning, and Wind Temple, each of which has a respective sage and quest line. And our other 2 dungeons, Spirit and Hyrule Castle as well, will be completed. It's funny, I believe you can actually complete the complete those 4 main dungeons without getting this quest. If you're willing to sacrifice the paraglider, of course. But strangely enough, to access the Mask of Minoru inside Dragon Head Island and progress the Spirit Temple quest, you do need to have the Regional Phenomena quest active and unlocked. And same goes for... Actually, you know, it's probably required for Hyrule Castle, right? There's a lot of interesting kind of like flag and quest progressions in this game that I don't fully understand because it's not really like viable to the speedrun. But what we basically need to do here, there's a bit of an order of operations. So there's the 4 main dungeons that we mentioned, and then Spirit Temple is kind of its own thing. And then Hyrule Castle can be completed at any time after you've finished the 4 main dungeons, excluding Spirit Temple. But then Spirit Temple can be thrown in basically at any time before or after. And we'll definitely explain the dungeon routing as we go along because it is one of the most interesting facets of this run is the incredible routing work that's gone into this category over the last couple of years, or a year and a half, I suppose. And just like we saw in Master Sword, our runners here are going to be going for the Hylian Shield. Spoiler alert, if you haven't found it in your playthrough, it's right there. But like we mentioned, the Hylian Shield is going to be important for Pocket Rocket, as our runners can duplicate it once, and 2 shields will get them through the entire run. And now we're going to be seeing Lou perform the weapon state transfer glitch that we discussed. This is a specific setup created by ZFG to transfer the 1 durability aspect or state of the tree branch onto the message not found. And successful first try, very good from Lou. That trick can be quite finicky.
The message not found also never breaks.
Right.
So you have an overpowered sword the whole time.
And you're going to get that double damage critical hit from a weapon breaking. But since the weapon has infinite durability, it will never break. So you'll always get that crit. And now Lou is... it looks like Link's being a little bit censored there by the bar. But he's now performing a glitch called Map Zuggle, the same thing we saw in any percent with our Royal Halberds. To Zuggle the message not found 8 times into his hand, which will allow him to stack damage. So if we do the math here, the base damage is 30, with weapon state transfer is 60, times 8 is... I suck in math, so I'll let somebody else handle that, but that's... Suffice it to say, that's a lot of damage. And now he's just going to be setting up another auto-build cancel slide to head back to Lookout Landing and grab the paraglider. And then he will officially be on his way.
If the route didn't grab paraglider, do you think it would be faster still?
With
I
Arrow
grab it,
Smuggle,
or-
with Arrow Smuggle these days, I think it very well could be, because Arrow Smuggle gives you a free fall damage cancel,
Right.
and a lot of maneuverability. Oh, so he dropped his slide here. This is not ideal, but he's definitely going to be able to salvage this. This is not quite the worst case scenario. He's still on the build, which means he'll have to climb super high and then dive back down, but still saving time over having to reset it up again. A little bit of jump slashing here. Splat. It always scares me when I see these 1.1 runners just dive headfirst into the ground. Because I'm so used to having to do fall damage cancels to stay alive. At this point in the run, at least. 1.0 route that we'll see Dino do later gets fairies in a different place. And a bit later on. But yeah, it is an interesting thought experiment. Like, if you could get into Spirit Temple without completing regional phenomena, I think the run still would be faster without paraglider. It would just be a bit more annoying, I think. And you would want to keep Arrow Smuggle active for the entire time, I would imagine. For
Right.
easier movement redirection and such.
Well, you would have fairies, right? So,
True, true.
but yeah, you'd have to dupe a lot, which
And I didn't mention it earlier, but Arrow Smuggle is actually possible on every single version of the game, including 1.1. And it is the method, Shock Arrow Smuggle, that is possible on 1.1.1, is technically faster and viable for speedruns. However, it comes at the cost of a 13% Amiibo RNG Topaz drop chance that I have not seen any 1.1 runner opt to go for that route yet. And now we'll see Dino finally finishing up GSI. He had a nice launch there that we saw some of the any% runners do. That setup launching off the sand there, it does save a couple seconds over just running and jumping, but definitely a lot riskier to be sure. So nice strat that he was able to pull off. And now that Lou's got the paraglider, last order of business before we can start making our way to the dungeon quests is launching out of the tower and diving back down to initiate the regional phenomena quest like we mentioned. Dino finishing up GSI, and here we're going to take note of where his route diverges from Lou's on version 1.1, as while the dungeon order is the same, there are some other things that are quite a bit different. So instead of warping to Fuse and then going to grab those fairies in auto build, we're going to see Dino coming to grab this rocket chest that we saw our Master Sword runners go for. So we're going to get rockets a lot quicker because Lou still doesn't have rocket capsules. He's just using the freestanding one from earlier. But then Dino's not going to have fairies as well, so he's going to have to be careful to execute these fall damage cancels correctly and avoid dying, which would not only lose a bunch of time, but cause him to have to reset up Arrow Smuggle.
that's nice that there's a river right there. So
Yeah, you can always take the safer strat of just diving into the water. And he's also going to be coming here to grab the Splash Fruit. This is a replacement for those Chew Jelly that we saw Lou get, since Dino is not going to be cooking any speed food. And we'll see him setting up Pocket Rocket on the wooden shield here and going for what we call a PRAF, or a Pocket Rocket Arrow Flight. Using Pocket Rocket is an incredibly fast and efficient way to build up top speed for Arrow Flight, as we can see Dino here. He's going quite fast. There's a small hill here on the way to Lookout Landing that you gotta clear about elevation 50 or so. So it can be a little bit stressful to have enough height to get over that, but once he is over it, which he has cleared, he's now at cruising altitude. And we're just gonna let him arrow fly all the way to Lookout Landing. And while he's doing that, looking back over at Lou's screen, he's gonna be doing another auto-build cancel slide. And the route's gonna diverge quite a bit here. Oh, getting some finicky camera movement. Masterful from Lou to keep that together. One thing about auto-build cancel slides is the camera can just decide to throw you off at any time. But Lou is able to correct and not overcorrect, also importantly, very quickly and cleanly there. He's going to head off to Goron City first to start that quest line. He's basically just kind of going around, starting some quest lines, grabbing warp points that he's going to come back to later. Before heading off to Spirit Temple as the first dungeon. And Dinotech will be doing the same, however, he will instead be heading straight to Spirit without any of these, basically that quest prep work, he'll just do it all in one go later on. And we'll see that Blood Moon cutscene. That is a static Blood Moon, a forced Blood Moon, you could say, that will appear the first time you enter one of the 4 regional phenomena towns for the first time. And it's actually a bit crucial to the routing of 1.1, as for some reason the Blood Moon trigger at Goron City is the lowest and the smallest, allowing you to ABCS into it a lot easier, as that cutscene will basically, it's almost a guaranteed chance to destroy your wing build. So it just works out that not only is Goron City the closest, but it's also got the best, or the most helpful, least intrusive Blood Moon trigger there for our 1.1 runners to head off there first to start off the quests. And now we'll see Dino going through a similar process of going to talk to Haas, the guard captain. But he's doing a bit of a new route here. This route here, where we grab the Shrine Warp and do the flight in 2 segments, is pretty new in terms of how long it's been around. This was something that was implemented by the current world record holder, Flower 2, incredible Chinese runner. And Dinotech's just going to be launching up into arrow flight to get to the castle, and then warping back later, basically cutting one flight into 2 equal portions, and then completely replacing another long flight from Hylian Shield back to Lookout Landing with just a warp and then a quick pocket rocket section. Angle was a bit too far to the right, but great recovery from Dino. We've seen that from him a couple times now, where he's been a bit off course, but able to reorient and correct pretty quickly.
Lou just got shafted by the ABC.
Quite unfortunate. And that's kind of exactly what I was talking about. A lot of times that can be out of your control. And I remember when I was running this route, that specific flight in particular was probably my least favorite, from Goron City to Zora's Domain. I don't know if it's like the world load or just something that causes it to bug out, but it looks like he's just going to opt to warp back to Goron City and retry the slide from scratch, which I don't blame him. Now we'll see Dino hopping on a wing down to Hylian Shield. And I haven't seen him damaging down his tree branch yet. Oh, it looks like he just realized he only has 1 rocket left and he's gonna have to dupe some before he uses his last one. But instead of damaging down with a tree branch and a rock, like we saw in Lou's run, he's going to be using a tree branch with a rocket. Wait, is he using the... Oh, he's using the rusty sword. Okay, let's see if he remembers that the rusty sword has more durability than the tree branch. So he's going to be performing weapon state transfer. Oh. I'm curious as to why he's... I think he's going back to get a tree branch. Oh, personally I would have grabbed Hylian Shield first, because now he's gonna have to warp back to Kyononis, the Castle Town Shrine, and then do that entire arrow flight slash wing segment again. Honestly, at this point, I might just reload the save and then set up Air Smuggle again. But going over to Lou's screen real quick, we saw he threw the chew to clear the sludge, but he got into Zora's domain so fast that the sludge actor didn't even load in yet. So unfortunately, wasted a jelly there.
Yes.
I guess Dino's listening to commentary. I should probably stop giving him hints, huh? He's reloading his save back at the castle. And so now we've got the first part on Lou's run of what we, in the Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom community, affectionately refer to as fish drama, because these Zora love to talk and they love to yap your ear off with their soap opera-esque lives. So basically, she's just telling us that we're gonna have to go up there to find Sidon, the Prince of the Zora, to solve the crisis of the sludge, which is the regional phenomena affecting the Zora. And so now Lou's gonna perform an ABCS up to Sidon. But yeah, in the early stages of all dungeons, especially on version 1.0, it can be very scary if you're doing a no reset. There's a lot of things that can go wrong and cause you to lose a bunch of time. And it's important to know how to back those up. So now we're going to see Lou opening the shrine, preserving another warp point for later. So he's going to be progressing about halfway through the Water Temple questline, up until the King's Scale down in the Pristine Sanctum, and from that point he'll be heading back to GSI to go start the Spirit Temple questline.
What's the purpose of only cutting it short?
I believe in this instance it's to allow for cleaner movement out of the Pristine Sanctum.
Okay.
Although that's really not an issue anymore, as we've proven in 1.1 that it's actually faster to just ascend out and then rocket up rather than warp back. But I do believe it has something to do with the nature of ABCS. I definitely do think that the 1.1 route could use a little bit of optimization and reroute in terms of our order of operations here. Lou's trying to water bomb a true jelly on there. Visit still going for the backup throw. He duped, so he's good to go. But yeah, the 1.0 route is a little bit more straightforward in terms of quest order. In 1.1, you complete Lookout Landing, start the Fire Temple quest to send Yunobo to the cave, go to Zora, get the King's Scale, warp, do the entire Spirit quest, warp back to Zora to finish Water Temple, and then warp to Fire Temple to complete that quest. Nice bonk. I've been victim to that bonk many times myself. And so, although we do know that Lou has a substantial lead based on his GSI time, it's going to be, for the next about hour or so, it's going to be hard to tell just exactly how far off the runners are time-wise, just because the routes, they differ so greatly from this point on. I'm a little bit nervous for Dino here. Yeah. I was wondering how he's gonna fall damage cancel without arrow smuggle. I was thinking maybe he'd either just do the L cancel method or dive into the water. But unfortunate death. It's not gonna set him back too much though. He'll just have to warp back to the shrine and try again. And reset up Pocket Rocket.
Ooh.
And so there we go, like we said for Lou. That was a very long load, oh my. But Lou's gonna be performing another auto-build cancel slide over to Dragon Head Island. And we're going to see an interesting method to get to Minoru's mask early. Normally, it's locked behind a large door similar to the one at the end of GSI where you need 10 hearts to open it, which requires basically completing every dungeon or doing a bunch of shrines, grabbing the heart containers, etc. But there's actually multiple methods that from which you can clip out of bounds and then back inbounds through the wall to get into the shrine or access it early. There's also a glitchless method that I do believe we will be seeing Dino go for later. But great slide from Lou. Again, he's been pretty consistent with those slides, except for the one where the game decided to ruin his life. And another thing to watch for Lou here is he doesn't have rocket capsules, and he won't until he gets to Construct Factory, the first dungeon. And so he's going to have to be very careful to manage his rocket efficiently, otherwise he's going to be without a rocket for a bit. And we see him building another blueprint here, similar to how we saw the wings for auto-build cancel. This is another implementation of auto-build cancel known as a ghost stick clip. As you'll see here, if he spawns the blueprint halfway in the wall, he can back up a bit and mount it, and it'll mount the stick and pull him right through. Perfect clip executed from Lou there. And getting right to Minoru's mask like that. Another unfortunate death from Dinotech, gonna set him back a bit. At this point, may want to scan Epona and ride the horse back to Lookout Landing.
The ghost stick clips can crash pretty easily, am I right?
They can, and in fact, on version 1.1, for some reason, they are much more prone to crashing than on version 1.0. Which is funny because 1.0 skips auto build, so 1.0 doesn't even use ghost stick clip anymore in the route. But now we're gonna be seeing, but yeah, that clip in particular, Boyce brought up the crashing. That clip in particular is can be very prone to crash with a bad angle, and it's definitely killed a lot of Lou's runs I've seen in the past. But now we're seeing the third implementation in this run that we're gonna get out of auto build cancel, which is using it to carry items with you. Nothing special here, just the same glitch auto build cancel as before, and the blueprint will follow Link around, so he's using it to pull the mask. And we're going to be seeing our first test of our new Mega Master Sword weapon here. 5, 6, 7, oh, nice parry, 7, 8, 8 hit kill for the Lionel here. Great reaction by Lou, although he's got fairies, so it was basically just a time save thing at that point. Now while he's waiting for the Lionel's death animation, gonna reset up Pocket Rocket and ABCS to get set up. And the reason we kill this Lionel here is because it's got quite a few crucial items. We've got this Lionel Saberhorn we're gonna be using for a couple bosses, arrows, and the Lionel hoof is not necessary. An accidental pickup there. And now we're gonna be seeing...
Right there, right?
Yeah, so this is called an it's a new item dupe. I don't know exactly what the name is. But basically he replaced or he desynced the old wooden bow that he had before with the Savage Lionel bow. So now there's technically two. So it's an effective bow duplication there basically. And now a couple more pickups here. He's gonna grab a topaz from this chest at the camp, which is also incredibly useful for combat. And our last thing here is a Royal Halberd, which is also used for combat and as a weapon to hold the rocket for a Pocket Rocket. And just like that, Lou is going to make it down to the entrance of the first dungeon, Construct Factory / Spirit Temple. Sorry about that. Had to refresh my game feed there. I think I've been behind for a while, so apologies about that. Looks like we're still synchronizing here. Just one moment. All right, and we're back. Hopefully we should be all caught up by now. Sorry about that. My feed was giving me problems. Let's see if Lou goes for the whack here. I love this strat. With the Zuggled swords, you can just smack the mask and send it flying right to Minoru.
Nice.
Beautiful, beautiful. Super fun. For some reason, it doesn't work quite the same on 1.0, so this is a slightly different strat. We'll see if Dino goes for it later. But now, as we reach our first dungeon, it's time to talk about the strat that we'll be going for here. So, Construct Factory used to be one of my least favorite in the speedrun and has gradually worked its way up in the ranks to be probably one of my favorites, as we get to completely cheese every single puzzle. Well, on version 1.1, I guess you do go through one of them, but also not really. So we're going to be seeing another use of Fuse Entanglement, the glitch that allows us to set up Pocket Rocket. Lou is going to be Fuse Entangling a wing to prop open the gate, so that we can just march the box with the body parts straight out the front door, allowing us to skip all of those puzzles.
But do you see the 4 storehouses in the area?
And I believe it saves about 30 seconds or so. I can't remember the exact timing, since this strat was discovered so long ago, comparatively.
I would ask you to visit each of them and assemble a body for me. This is my
And this right here is
loyal swordsman to Zelda.
an example of one of our many unskippable cutscenes in the run. And I believe Lou is playing on English voice acting. I had my audio off there, so I wasn't sure. But since we haven't touched on it yet, English is actually the fastest voice acting language for this particular speedrun. And any Tears of the Kingdom speedrun that completes a dungeon, English will generally be the fastest language. I'm interested to see what Dino's working on here. Oh, is he making an ABCS build? Oh no, he's setting up a platform to get arrow smuggle back. Very smart, very smart. Great backup. He's doing a quick bow dupe to fill up his inventory. Or no, maybe that was an accidental dupe. Is it specifically voice acting that saves time? Yeah, so the length of the cutscenes, of different cutscenes, they vary depending on which language you are. Like that cutscene specifically, the one with Minoru at the start of Spirit Temple, it's much slower in any other language compared to English. And technically, if we could switch languages at like instantly, it would be optimal to swap back and forth, because certain languages, certain cutscenes are faster in Japanese or German, for instance. But if you take into account the time it takes to swap languages, then it ends up not being worth it. So we just stick with English for these categories. The less cutscenes, the better. That's my take.
Yeah, this game added a lot of unskippable cutscenes.
They did. Fortunately, actually, in all dungeons, it's not super bad, but there is still quite a lot of dialogue that, while skippable, still requires mashing. Honestly, I think the dialogue is the real killer in this category, since from this point out, pretty much all the cutscenes are skippable. After Spirit Temple, it's just the dialogue that really gets you. So now, like I mentioned before, we're gonna see Lou going for this Fuse and Tangle gate prop strat, which is very cool. The angle looked a bit off, but it should be okay. Let's let him cook. I trust he knows what he's doing. I tend to be a lot more distrusting of the wing placement there. Looks like he's good.
It worked.
Yeah, very nice. And now we'll see Dino alternating the route here. I missed it. I can't tell if he already set up his Zuggle, but he's going to be working his way to Dragon Head and grabbing some supplies on the way. First you got some fairies. And then he's going to be heading to grab that same exact topaz and halberd that Lou grabbed, just in reverse order. And this is a route branch that we refer to as reverse dragon head, since it's basically he's doing things kind of backwards from how Lou did in 1.1. So we're going to be grabbing the fairies and then the halberd and topaz, then killing the Lionel and then getting the mask and heading straight down. And actually it ends up being about equal in speed to just heading straight to dragon head first. This route is kind of necessary because we don't have auto build to carry the mask with us. Otherwise, I think it definitely would be faster to head to the mask room first.
That's one. Bring the other 3 here as well.
And Dino's staying pretty high here. I'm not sure if he knows or if it's just coincidence, but staying up in the sky layer does give you less world loads. And it looks like he managed to avoid any bad world load there. He's got to be careful with the durability on that sword there. Otherwise, it'll cost him having to set up Pocket Rocket again. But now he's heading up to the Lionel. I'm not sure if he quite remembers where the Lionel is. Oh, looks like he just decided to go ahead and break his his sword there. I haven't seen this strat before. Oh, it was probably on accident. Looks like he's gonna reload his save and try again. I don't think he's set up his Zoggle yet, has he? I wasn't watching too closely because I was looking at Lou's construct. Yeah, normally you want to set up your dynamic Zoggle before you get down there so you can actually kill the Lionel. But based on the fact that the box didn't break in one hit, it looks like he has not set up his dynamic Zoggle, so I'm interested to see how he navigates this here. As we can see, Lou continue to cleanly make his way through Construct Factory. And again, we're using on-to-build cancel to escort these boxes. You'll also notice him doing a little bit of shenanigans with like dropping the shield and unequipping. That's to preserve the Pocket Rocket. Otherwise, it would actually cost you about 15 seconds having to set up a new Pocket Rocket every time, not to mention the extra dupes. Another reload here from Dino. Not quite sure what's going on, but
he pulled up the last rocket.
Oh no. That's right, all these reloads, he's probably been forgetting to redupe. I don't blame him. Their try is the charm. And honestly, if I were him, I probably would have grabbed one of those Boko sticks as like an extra weapon. Oh, he's looking for a place to dupe the rocket. This is a nice strat that I learned about from Andre, actually. One of the awesome gamers that helped develop the route for 1.0. You can actually use wings as a buffer. So you dupe wings at the time. Oh my god.
What is? I've never even seen.
It's one of those square bombs at the Boko camp. If you take too long there, they throw it at you. I've been victim to that before, but never actually been hit with it.
Really?
Yeah, I'm wondering if he duped enough fairies. I normally try to get at least 3 here, just in case, you know, adjusting for the worst. So now he's setting up his Zoggle. And WST, it looks like. Going for the crouch method. WST, or weapon state transfer that we saw Lou do earlier, it's got a couple different methods to do it on 1.0. I don't really prefer the crouch method personally. It looks like he's going for the turnaround, which is my preference. I find it a bit more consistent. Oh no, looks like he's okay, yeah, he's performing dynamic Zoggle, which is similar to the map Zoggle, or it has the same effect as the map Zoggle that Lou did. The primary difference being it's called dynamic Zoggle because unlike map Zoggle, where it's always glued to your hand no matter what, dynamic Zoggle, when you have a weapon out, the sword is out, and when you put it away, it's on your back. And which means it cannot be cleared by dropping the active weapon like a map Zoggle can, which basically enables these cart slides that we saw in Master Sword that Dino is also going to be using later on.
The path will be very dangerous.
Does he need to swap and drop? I don't know if he did that.
He does, yes. At least before a warp. Generally, if he does the same setup for the post Lionel kill that I do, the swap and drop will be innate.
Oh, I see.
But I'm not sure. Yeah, the last chain is swap and drop, which means you need to swap to a different weapon, then drop that weapon. Otherwise, your very last Zuggle will disappear next time you go through a loading zone. It looks like his not all his damage was applied correctly. Normally, you're supposed to be able to take this Lionel out in 6 or 7 hits. This could be an issue for him. The other benefit to Zuggle, it has an extra special hidden benefit on version 1.0, which is that it pushes you closer to the overload threshold, which we'll see or explain more in detail coming up once it becomes relevant.
I kind of explained it during a Master Sword run.
True.
Briefly.
True. But basically, overload allows you to clip to the floor and card slide and all sorts of shenanigans that you have to have a very precise number of items, and you need to keep track of it. It can be hard to manage.
It is 13 in this game, right? I think I put up
in version
the number.
1.0, yes.
Yeah.
So that would be bow, sword, and shield all equipped, and 9 pieces of Zuggled equipment with an arrow out. At least in the first half of the run. The overload gets pretty complicated, and I think he's now realizing what I was kind of touching on earlier. So the setup, if you're doing weapon state transfer with a rusty broadsword instead of a tree branch, you're gonna have to do extra hits. Otherwise, it'll say you're at low damage, but you're not gonna be at 1 durability, which is what you want to get the full damage. And that's probably why he was doing nerfed 50% damage there. But going back to Lou's screen for a second, looks like he has wrapped up Spirit Temple in quick order and is now heading to the actual temple, which is basically just a glorified boss arena, as you guys know. And we're going to see our first Sage manip here, running into the corner and scoping to try to get Minru to spawn quicker. This one's kind of finicky. It's a strat I came up with, but it doesn't always work. But still should be a bit faster than just running over, or walking slowly with Minru. So back to Dino's screen now. Since he doesn't have auto build, he's going to have to perform the glitchless strat of getting in, and you can do this on any version of the game by simply ascending at a specific spot from underneath. Looks like he's using recall to buffer the wing. Gonna have to reset up and try again. This one can definitely be a bit finicky as well, and can take some time to get if he's not in the exact right spot. Okay, this one might be good. This one looks good. So we should see him pop up inside the mask room. Very nice. This one, the early mask ascend there definitely has the potential for a lot of time loss. Can be very finicky. It's definitely killed runs of mine before. But that is a strat actually adapted to 1.0 from our glitchless speedrunners. So huge shout out to them. Some glitchless runs of this category are pretty cool as well. So now we're going to be using up on Lou's screen, our first Lionel Saberhorn to make quick work of C's construct. Oh, didn't quite get the 1 cycle. There we go. Great backup from Lou there. Normally, they want you to stay on Minru's back the entire time and just kind of rock'em sock'em robot your way to victory. But with infinite fairies and a powerful weapon, we can just tank the gloom damage, stun him with a bomb, and go to town. Oh yeah, Topaz works too, I suppose, huh? Looks like Dino's still trying to figure out his Zuggle weapon state transfer situation. Unfortunate. This is one of those things that does definitely require kind of a more intimate knowledge of the category and the version that you're playing on to figure out. And actually, I have lost a run to this in the past due to losing my tree branch.
Yeah, very confusing.
Yeah, it's a lot to take in, but once you understand it, it makes sense. And out of any category, I would say all dungeons can definitely be one of the more finicky ones to like learn all the strats and all the backups and such. But Dino's just been rolling with the punches and making his way. And with that, Lou has finished off our first dungeon. Congrats to him. And now we'll be heading over to back to Zora's domain to finish the second half of the Water Temple segment. Looks like Dino's a little bit overloaded.
I think it's all the message not founds on the ground.
Yeah, you gotta remember to clear those as well, because those if you have enough weapons on the ground, that does contribute to your overload limit as well. Now he's got a full inventory. Very nice. Lou's gonna be getting another pickup here, the Ancient Blade, which is going to come in handy towards the end of the run for a couple tanky enemies. Looks like he was moving away to despawn the sword. Is that what it is?
Wasn't the mask on the wing though? Or am I?
I wasn't. I was watching Lou's screen. I'm not quite sure. But he's gonna be grabbing two crucial pickups here: a steering stick and carts, and a fan. I suppose the fan isn't necessary, but steering sticks will allow him to clip through the floor and ceiling.
This teardrop puzzle took me a while to figure out.
Yeah, same. Same actually. And going back to talking about routing, this puzzle here is definitely one of like the more headache-inducing things in terms of routing, because we're actually very close to a sequence break here. If we had some way to get the King's Scale early, we could skip the entire first half of the Water Temple segment and just go straight to the puzzle. But unfortunately, you have to go through the required steps based on our current knowledge to get the King's Scale. Oh, so I think he was trying to send the mask on its way and then go back up to get the items. Is that what I saw? And now he's gonna try to take advantage of the wing flight time here to dupe some zoning devices, but getting a bit off course. Nice cart on the back of the wing there. Perfectly balanced. That's pretty funny. And so now what we're seeing from Lou here is our mini boss sludge-like fight. Use Sidon's ability to clear away the sludge, a topaz to stun, and then one hit on the weak point. There you go. There's a little bit of RNG there onto which way his head can fall. Sometimes to the left. In the sludge, it's kind of not optimal because then you gotta go a bit further and wade through the sludge. But Lou got a great RNG head flop, I guess you could call it, right there. And so I was able to take it out pretty quickly. And now we're also gonna see that ancient arowana that Lou picked up an hour ago is gonna come in handy, as he's going to use it to trade in for the Zora Tunic. And the Zora Tunic is crucial for two reasons. Number one being its innate ability, which allows you to scale waterfalls. And second of all, because we do need a chest piece or armor piece at some point to have access to Gerudo Town. Otherwise, they will throw you in jail. And it turns out that grabbing the Zora Tunic is the fastest option we have here, as it's not only an armor piece right on the way. All you gotta do is go through a short dialogue section here, But also it allows us for faster movement to scale the waterfall up to Water Temple.
Whoa. Mm. Yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes, indeed. More fish drama for all our fish drama fans. And Dinotech's finally entering his first dungeon, Concert Factory. And we'll see if he goes for the same strat as Lou. So on 1.0, there's actually a slightly faster way to prop open the gates using a menu glitch called Equipment Desync. That was discovered somewhat recently, or I don't know if it was discovered, but implemented recently by Ergo, one of our awesome glitch hunters / strat developers. Which only works on version 1.0 in this method. And it has the same effect where you can prop open the wing to open the door, but it's just a little bit less menuing compared to the fuse and tangle method we saw from Lou. So we'll see if Dino goes for that or the fuse and tangle method. And looks like Dino's going to be building a little device here to launch the mask towards Minoru. Not bad, not bad. I was worried sometimes it can go off to the side and shoot a bit too far. Also, funnily enough, on version 1.0, this is the first time you enter the depths, so you get that little depths flavor text there. And now what we're seeing from Lou is just progressing through the Water Temple quest line. This right here, the Ancient Zora Waterworks, is another potential sequence break that's just out of reach because you can actually clip down into here without making that whirlpool, like fresh out of a new game. And you can get right to the portal, but then if you press A to activate the portal, it doesn't do anything. It won't activate the cutscene without the proper quest flag, so it's another case of something we see all too often in Tears of the Kingdom, which is a sequence break that is just tantalizingly out of reach. That could save multiple minutes in this all dungeons run. But now Lou is gearing up for the final ascent into Water Temple. Interesting how both of our runners have got their Sage cutscenes synced up at the same time. Just for different dungeons. And here we see Lou's going to be setting up another rocket. Like we mentioned, he's going to have to be doing this a lot more often than Dino will, just because of the limitation of version 1.1, that the rocket durability is tied to the Zonai device itself, not the shield, which burns out a lot quicker. And this low grav segment here on Wellspring Island is quite nice for a pocket rocket. You can see Lou has to do way less pumps to gain the same amount of height with the same speed.
Yeah, low gravity is really fun. We were just talking about that actually.
That's definitely one of my favorite additions to like the physics system in the game. I love playing around in low grav. I also love how when you shoot in bullet time, it uses up way less stamina in low gravity. I thought that was pretty cool. I actually never noticed that until I was running all dungeons, because I was fighting the Water Temple boss, and I was like, oh no, I'm gonna run out of stamina, but then I didn't, and I was like, wait, what's going on here? The game threw me a bone. Nope, turns out that's an intended mechanic. But yeah, it looks like Dino is in fact going for the equipment desync that I mentioned, so I'll try to get the chance to narrate it once he gets to the next terminal. And so he picked up these Bright Bloom Seeds earlier. These Bright Bloom Seeds are going to be used to stop the box from despawning, because a Bright Bloom Seed attached to a box increases the radius from within it will not despawn, allowing him to kind of head to the next depot. This is our workaround for 1.0 since we don't have auto build to kind of bring each part. So for here, how the equipment desync works is you drop a bow, equip, and then drop another one outside of a pause. Quick enough so the game kind of confuses which bow you're actually dropping. And so now the Savage Lionel bow on top is desynced and the game thinks it's still attached to Link, like on his person. And so when you glue it to a wing, or glue a wing to it with Ultra Hand, that applies that desync to the wing as well, stopping the gate from closing, since basically it thinks Link is standing inside the gate, so it will force it to not close. But obviously, our little devious Link is not standing there, but is in fact grabbing the box to commit Grand Theft Leg and yoink it out of the construct depot here.
Cherished kin. This is the source of the pure water.
And each of these boxes has a slightly different kind of launch setup with optimal rocket placement. And it looks like Dino's launch wasn't very good on the first one, but we'll see. We'll see how he sets up for the second box here. It should be one horizontal on top and one vertical on the back. I guess the side works as well. Oh, he missed the ride. I love riding on the box. It's like Tony Hawk Pro Skater. That launch was a little bit better, but he's gonna have to do some running around and avoiding that construct to escort the boxes back to Minoru. And going over to Lou's screen for a second. Oh, interesting dupe there while he's waiting for the sages to spawn in. So this is a crucial thing to mention about the all dungeons category, is getting the sages to spawn in can be quite a tall task. Sidon in particular can be very annoying as he doesn't have a game intended consistent way to get him to spawn. So we've had to brainstorm some strats to kind of give us the best chance of him going where we need him to be quickly. And this next thing here, similar to how Dino got into the Minoru Master Room early, on this one you can skip the little orb puzzle by just ascending from underneath right into the terminal. And by doing that, the game has a failsafe where the gate will open if you're inside. So as long as he stays in and waits for Sidon, then he's chilling. It's a very nice puzzle sequence break.
As soon as you step out, though, the gate closes.
Yeah, cross that black line and you gotta go all the way back. But there you go. A quick first two terminals from Lou there. Water Temple is it's pretty fun execution-wise in the speedrun, at least compared to what it used to be, doing all these puzzles like the semi-intended route until new skips were found. And on 1.0, that we'll see Dino do later on, the strats are even more broken. So right here, for this terminal, you're supposed to go all the way down and grab an orb and use those water bubbles to kind of escort it up here. But you can just use the Zonai device to prompt the gate open to drain the water there instead. And then you can drop a wing here and again ascend from underneath. This one can be a bit finicky position-wise. That looks good to me. And he's in just barely. Wow. Great precise positioning there from Lou. And once again, we are at the mercy of the fishman, waiting for him to spawn in. He's protecting Hyrule by destroying those chew jellies rather than coming to where we can activate his ability.
All right.
So now for Lou, just one terminal left. And this one, he's also going to cheese with Ascend. It's kind of interesting on these two versions. The strats are a bit opposite. On version 1.1, you use Ascend to cheese most of these. And on version 1.0, we use what I like to call Descend, where you clip in with the steering sticks from above to skip most of these puzzles. This one's pretty fun here too, because you gotta stay inside, but then you also have to hit that switch on the far side, otherwise Sidon can't spawn in the room because of that firewall. So we're gonna do a little Kobe shot first try. Very nice. to throw a wing capsule and open the switch. It's quite interesting, the strats that they've come up with for this game.
Could you ghost stick clip through them?
Unfortunately, you can't because the ghost stick still moves during the cutscene of the gate opening, and it actually carries Link during the cutscene. So it basically flings him off into space. Yeah, unfortunately. I really love that wing capsule strat there. I'm sad that it's not optimal for 1.0 anymore, so I'm a bit sad that I don't get to use it, but it's fun. And then I always get to make the joke like, if I had a nickel for every time we throw a wing capsule to save time in our all dungeon speedrun, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. And then there again is the power of Zuggle on Mr. Mukdarog over here, as Lou is going to make short work of our water temple boss. Double jelly there to break the shield, and that'll wrap up our water temple. Lou is now 2 dungeons ahead.
Very clean.
Very clean, no pun intended. And fortunately, we get to skip these cutscenes here, but these are the infamous Demon King Secret Stone cutscenes that we all love and cherish. And this very long load into back into Zora's domain. Okay, one time when I was running this category, for some reason I got an insanely long load here. It was like over a minute long. I thought it was like a soft lock, but it finally loaded back in. It kind of killed my pace a little bit.
1 minute, wow.
Yeah, it was quite the experience, suffice it to say. And Dino's reloading here. I didn't catch what happened. I think he messed up the equipment desync somehow on the depot. With Zuggle active, you gotta be really careful about reloads, because it can desync Link's model, which will make it so you're not able to effectively utilize overload for card slides or clips at certain points. So Dino's gonna have to be really careful to manage his overload and try to not reload if possible. I'm a bit worried about that desync as well. Not quite sure if it worked. Actually, it looks like it's fine. Like I mentioned, I tend to be very distrusting about these things. I don't want to get trapped in a little robot prison. As a nice bathroom break for Lou there, finally at the end of Fish Drama. And after getting Sidon's vow, next order of business, like we mentioned, is going to warp back to Goron City to complete the rest of the Fire Temple quest with Yunobo.
So what's your favorite dungeon?
Great question. You know, casually, I would say probably Wind Temple was my favorite.
Okay.
But in the speedrun, it's gotta be Lightning Temple. Just because it's so broken. Oh, and another consequence of Dino reloading his save is he lost the new item dupe. The Savage Lionel bow that was desynced. It turned back into a wooden bow, so he's gonna have to duplicate that again. or risk running out of durability before the end of the run, which is not good. That wing also looks a little shaky, but the last one I said that and it ended up good, so we'll see here. Also, I'm not sure if he knows that if you get trapped in, you can actually clip out and then retry. Okay, he should be fine here. So now we've got an interesting sequence coming up from Lou. The Yunobo boss fight in heavy air quotes here, because he has exactly 3 HP, 1 for each phase. And since this fight is time gated, it's the perfect opportunity to get the rest of our item dupes out of the way for the rest of the run. So we're going to be using Minoru to finish duplicating the rest of our fairies, topaz, and ancient bows. And if he needs any more backup charges that he wants, then he'll be able to get those in as well. So not much to see there. He's just going to be duplicating his items and then giving Yunobo a good old smack with Minoru's construct. Interesting rocket configuration from Dino here. I haven't seen this one before. So normally the strat here is you want the box to fall into the river with a bright bloom seed attached. So the river will carry it to Minoru's construct while you go and do the second depot. So he did them in reverse order, which I'm not sure if he didn't know or he had a better strat or something, but yeah, normally it's better to do the left arm first so the box will float down and you can use that time while it's floating to go grab the other piece and then bring them both together. Let's see how Lou's item duplication count is. I think he's good, and now he's just waiting. Must have got some pretty clean dupes. Very nice pace from Lou so far. And now Dino's ready to head off to Spirit Temple. So the optimal strat here, like we saw the ABCS performed by Lou earlier, this is where we normally see the first cart slide of the run. Although this setup is a bit different. So we'll see if Dino's gonna go for it, or if he's just gonna decide to pocket rocket. Once again, both of our runners are caught in a little dialogue break here. So the next order of business in the Fire Temple quest for Lou is going to be heading up to fight this segment's mini-boss, Miragia, which puts up quite more of a fight than Sludge-like does. Miragia fight is super fun. It's one of my favorite parts of the run for sure. It can be very tough or precise to get the optimal fight. So we'll see how Lou does. And now Dino's going to be duping a couple materials. You do have to hop on Minoru's construct once here, otherwise she will not follow you to Spirit Temple after you slide over. So it looks like he's going to be getting in a few extra dupes here instead. And it looks like he is going to opt to set up this slide. So he's right now, since he hasn't completed the water section, he's actually 1 over the underload threshold. So he's going to need to perform a slightly alternate setup known as drop swap swap swap, or drop triple swap. And if his overload count is off here, it's not going to work. It looks like he's opting to Zuggle shield instead, probably to drop later. While slower than just doing a drop triple swap, this is definitely a viable strategy. Did he just dynamic Zuggle another weapon? Oh, he's just testing his overload. I'm wondering if he just forgot to zuggle or just under zuggled earlier, because I didn't quite catch it. But he's struggling a little bit to finish getting properly set up here. And let's see how his slide setup goes. Alright, so he is going for the drop triple swap. And we're gonna leave that rusty broadsword behind. And we've got a loose fight for loose trap for the Miragia fight here. It's quite interesting. So talking about the sages, Yunobo is actually one of the more well-behaved sages in the run, since he has a consistent method. Game intended, as a matter of fact, to get him to spawn in wherever, which is riding a vehicle. And simply riding a wing counts. So you'll see Lu deploying these wings and then just launching Yunobo. Going for the snipe kill here.
Ooh.
Oh, just barely missed. Okay, I feel like Miragia, the third head, always trolls there. This one's good.
Like,
he doesn't miss twice, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, what's going on with Dino here? Looks like he accidentally launched his weapon with the Claymore drop smuggle. Oh no, and he accidentally picked up the cart. I don't think he knows that the collision is different because there's not a cart fused onto the Claymore. So normally what you're supposed to do here is just break rocket and set it up again later rather than trying to finagle with it. And you're supposed to just use that rusty broadsword as like a backup weapon to throw, as like a throwaway weapon, I meant to say. And he broke rocket regardless, so he should be good to go here. Now, this slide can also be pretty finicky. It's quite tight. Oh no. He accidentally holds Yell too long, which broke his pocket rocket, and it might mess up the slide too. Yeah. Because he launched up too high there, the collision got unstuck. He's gonna have to try again. This dismount's a bit scary, but looks fine. He's gonna have to cut a sharp right here. For this slide, there's a couple of visual cues to follow from the lights of those pavilions down below, and then you want to cut to the left of the light route, or to the right works too, I guess. Slightly more indirect path. And then curve left again until you hit Spirit Temple. There you go. Took a while, but we finally made it. And now we're gonna set up rocket again and wait for Minner to spawn. And as Lu makes his final ascent up to Fire Temple with another auto-build cancel slide, this is one of those segments that I mentioned at the start of the run where auto-build cancel slide is going to gain time over 1.0 because on 1.0 here a cart slide doesn't work, or it breaks even with rocketing. So you end up just pocket rocketing here instead of an ABCS slide, losing about 15 seconds. So this is kind of one of those examples of those chip time saves that 1.0 has against 1.0, that 1.1 has against 1.0. Oh my goodness, too many versions. Thank you, Nintendo. So I guess Dino did end up grabbing that fan on purpose then. I haven't seen that strat before. Interesting. So now Lu's just got a couple more dialogue checks here before we can enter the temple. And what we saw during the Miragia fight of spawning wings to, or dropping wings to spawn Yunobo and then launching him, that's basically kind of a little taste of what we're going to see throughout the rest of Fire Temple. From both runners once they get there, but from Lu here, of course. He's going to be doing some pretty precise setups to drop a wing, get Yunobo to spawn, and activate the 5 gong terminals. Here in Fire Temple. Fire Temple is pretty fun, although personally I find it's held back quite a bit by the excessive lag due to the heat effects and just so many particles and such. It can be a bit rough. The lag is supposedly a bit better on version 1.1 that Lu is running on, but we'll see how he handles that. You gotta definitely play with your rocket a bit slower, and make sure not to overburn it, especially on 1.1, where you have way less durability. Oh, and looks like Dino forgot to dupe his horns. So he's having to set it up mid-boss fight here, which probably is going to cause him to miss the first cycle. Yep. And it looks like his damage isn't quite where it needs to be as well. I think some of his Zuggles are still messed up. So he's looks like he's defaulting to get some more bullet time off mid-room for another stun here. Close in with the charge attack. He's not going for the charge attack, interesting.
Firmly locked with 5 padlocks.
But yes, this is the all dungeons category. We are just about halfway through, or over halfway through for Lou, our runner on version 1.1.1 on the left screen. And so now, this is going to be fun to watch here from Lou, how he executes in Fire Temple. Having Sidon's bubble here definitely helps to preserve you from taking damage, because it provides that wet status effect that lasts for quite a significant amount of time.
Does the bubble count as a Zuggle? Or not a Zuggle, as a like a overload?
The bubble itself does not, however, the first time you activate the bubble ability, or the slash particularly, you do get basically it counts as like an equip that's permanent to your save file until you close the game. And that's what we call reduced overload threshold, which we'll have to see Dino work around later. So I'm a bit worried about his Zuggles because he's almost at that point in the run, so we'll see if he managed his Zuggles correctly. But pretty good first terminal there from Lou. Unfortunately, Unobo trolled a bit. And we're going to see that strat again, dropping a wing. Unobo spawn, bam, quick shot. I really like how he goes closer to the gong. Normally, I drop my wing a bit further back, but I like that strategy more. I'm actually probably going to copy that. It seems a lot more consistent for like no time loss.
I had so much trouble hitting some of these gongs casually.
Oh man, same. I will just say, if you didn't build a comically long bridge TM in Fire Temple during your casual playthrough, you're doing it wrong. That's the tried and true method. Speaking of comically long bridge here, he missed the wing drop, so he's gonna go for a little bit of a backup strat. This is kind of cool. I haven't seen anybody use recall to build a ramp here before. Let's see if Unobo wants to behave. More like the wing didn't behave. The players are in fact on different versions. Lou on your left is playing on version 1.1.1, and Dinotech on your right is playing on version 1.0. Great question. So we've been getting to see all the differences in versions, and I think all dungeons is a great category to showcase that. Just a little bit too high. Personally, I hate playing around with this. I would just rock it back up and try the wing drop again. But
this was definitely the worst one.
For sure. I would imagine Lou is trying to preserve rocket fuel, though, here. This has got to be frustrating for him, but finally got it. There you go. Is there a real-time difference between the two versions? So, the world record for version 1.0 was a 2:39 by a gymnast. That lasted for several months and was just recently broken last month by Flower2, an incredible Chinese runner, on version 1.0. The routes themselves are basically identical time-wise, and neither of them are quite fully optimized. I would say that 1.1 probably has a bit more room for optimization than 1.0 does, just in terms of strats, but they are very close, and I think if anybody was dedicated enough to grind 1.1, they could get record back on that version. Although I will say, personally, I find 1.0 to be the more entertaining run, or personally, as a speedrunner, I find running on 1.0 a lot more fun, just because of the tech involved. It scratches that itch in my brain for like sciencey stuff, I guess. Nice strat from Lou here, shooting a bomb through the bars. This actually only works, that strat right there, Dino's gonna have to do something different because it doesn't work quite as well on version 1.0. I wonder if he knows about the bubble-less strat. We'll see though. And oh, very nice. Lou got a very fast Unobo spawn, which usually doesn't happen often. You have to wait a while for him to spawn there. And Dino's got his first or his second card slide setup. He's going to be making his way over to Zora's domain now to head over to Water Temple. And this goes back to some of the route differences we were talking about earlier. That he's going to be doing them all in one go rather than kind of warping back and forth, doing setup beforehand like Lou did. Quick clip through the gates. That saves about 10 seconds from not having to watch the cutscene. And now he's going to try to do another stylish wing mount here for Unoble spawn.
Wow.
Beautifully executed. Incredible. Incredible job by Lou there. That's a lot harder than it looks. I can attest to that. And he's just going to rocket straight up here, burning the rocket to fire gem shots at Marbled Goma. Personally, I prefer to save my rocket. What's that?
Sorry, the gems are so broken.
They are. They're well, I mean, Nintendo didn't expect that we were going to be able to like duplicate them infinitely, but here we are. Oh, he's got his second desync shield. I see. That's quite smart. I haven't run 1.1 in a while, and I know that Lou's been coming up with some optimizations on his own. I really like that. Skipping the heart container, and just like that, Lou has finished his 3rd out of 6 dungeons, and it's only going to get faster from here. Coming up next is Wind Temple. And the Wind Temple segment is probably one of the quicker ones in the run. After that, he's going to be heading down to Lightning. And no more routing shenanigans here. Actually, from this point is where after Fire Temple is where the 2 routes converge. So some more loading screens and dialogue here from Lou.
Goron drama.
Goron drama. Very true. Although their drama is mostly just a bunch of head scratching, which I can relate to that. And now here's another difference where 1.1 saved a bit of time over what 1.0 can do here. Is Dino's gonna have to rocket up instead of using ABCS, which doesn't lose much of time. But there's definitely a lot more room for error with rocketing compared to ABCS. It's just gonna pop a charge for safety. I normally do the same thing as well. It's really tough to get up there with just one charge. And I'm interested to see if he's gonna go for the shrine skip. In a prior version of this route, we were still grabbing the Shrine Warp Point to warp out of the Sanctum after getting King Scale. But a couple weeks ago, I timed it to be faster, to skip activating the Shrine and just ascending from a certain spot. Thanks to the help of Andre and Erigol as well. Here comes another slide from Lou. This is the longest ABCS in the entire run. And this one can definitely be a bit finicky as well. So let's pray that his build doesn't break. And one thing to note as well is, in terms of motion controls, right? Since this game enables motion controls, for version 1.1, for this category, using ABCS, you definitely want to turn them off, because it can mess up your slide. So I imagine Lou is playing with motion controls off.
Yeah, I'm happy cart slides. You can use motion controls again.
Yeah, it's not... Oh no. Oh no. Big mistake / time loss from Dinotech there. So he was trying to throw the splash fruit, but it didn't come out and he threw his weapon instead, which dropped all his uggles. That's gonna be at least a minute time loss for him to recoup and have to re-zuggle everything. Although it could be a blessing in disguise, because if his zuggle was messed up, now he has a chance to get it right.
That's true.
Unfortunate, but gotta keep going. But yeah, so I'm actually curious from those of you watching, if you're familiar having watched all dungeon speedruns of this game before or not, seeing these two runners go at it, what do you think is cooler? What do you like more as like from like a viewer perspective? Auto build cancel slide versus card slide? I'm interested to see like what people's consensus is. Personally, I prefer card slide, but I'm a bit biased because I run on 1.0. But yeah, going back to Lou's run, he got a clean slide into Rito Village to start the Tulin Sage of Wind quest line. This one is super simple. It's just you know, talk to the NPC, go talk to the other NPC, go talk to Tulin, fight 3 bokoblins, talk to Tulin again, and then go to Wind Temple. That's about it. And then complete Wind Temple. So it looks like Dino's trying to damage down his halberd to do WSD with the halberd. Interesting. This is definitely quite unfortunate. Personally, I definitely find, having run both versions at different points, I find card slides to be less stressful. And you can actually see where you're going a bit more.
Yeah, and you can also steer very easily.
Yeah, the biggest downfall of card slides is that you can't gain and lose elevation near as well as ABCS can. In fact, you can't really do it at all without losing a bunch of speed. And so oftentimes in 1.0 runs, you'll see from Dynotech, he's gonna have to pocket rocket instead of card sliding, for especially an angle like this that you see Lou doing here, where it's like 45 degrees or higher over a short distance. ABCS is perfectly suited to these situations, but card slide is better for like horizontal travel over a long distance. This slide can also be a bit of a headache, but looks like Lou's got a clean one so far. Very nice, very nice. Beautiful slide. And he's gonna sharpshoot that Aracuda from far away. A little trivia fact for you guys. Do you guys know what the Aracuda's name is? The actor in the game codes.
Oh.
He's got a cute little name. I think we have some knowers in chat. Sledging got it. His name is Toby.
Interesting.
It's a play on words for the word to fly in Japanese. So we always call that guy Toby. That's the name that Aonuma gave him. And there's the Wind Temple mini boss, 3 bokoblin. You can definitely tell why they kind of egged on the player to go to Wind Temple first. It's the shortest and kind of easiest section. Also, we're doing a little bit of a sequence break here. Not really, because normally you're supposed to like navigate through the caves and find Tolan, but you can skip all that and just head straight to the boss arena and snipe the Aracuda as soon as it loads in. Looks like Dino's still working on trying to get his overload set up correctly. Like I mentioned before, overload definitely should not be taken lightly. It can be a pretty dense and obtuse mechanic to understand all the different facets of how it works. And having a good handle on how overload works is crucial basically for any 1.0 category that's longer than any percent. Just because of how useful it is for damage, for clipping out of bounds, for card size, fast movement, etc. So it looks like he's all set up here and he's going to be heading to the King's Scale. Although I'm not sure if he remembers where the Sanctum is. Looks like he's probing around for it a little bit. Anyways, Lou picked up some arrows there and now he's going to be sliding up to
I believe this
next
is a
dialogue point. What's that?
turnaround ABCS.
Not quite. That'll be the next one after
Oh,
this
next one.
after this dialogue trigger. So you can head straight into Wind Temple now, but there's a forced dialogue with Tolan that you've got to activate first. Otherwise, he just stays right here and he won't follow you up. He's pogging at that flying boat. You'll see what I mean. There it is. Now that Dino's got the King Scale, he's gonna complete the Ihenna skip route or the Shrine skip route. Oh, he's going the long way around for sure. There's actually a spot where you can rocket off to the left and forward a bit and just ascend straight out, which is much quicker than rocketing. I'm not sure if he's kept up to date with that strat though. It puts you much, much further from where you want to be. So normally if you ascend, you pop up right there, right about where he is. And he's going to have to burn a charge here as well. Oh, I'm worried about his charge count. Let's hope he remembers to dupe some more, because he will need more later on for sure. Especially in this Wind Temple section. Okay, so now we're going to see this turnaround ABCS. This is another ZFG special that Lou is going for here. So you break the build purposefully, you run up, and you have to finagle it around carefully. He's pushing the blueprint build with his body to try to get it to angle back towards Wind Temple, using Tolan to help. Oh, I think he's a bit too low now.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like he's not gonna get it. Honestly, that looked like a bit of a troll from our soon-to-be Sage of Wind. So he's gonna have to manage his stamina and rocket carefully to land on one of those boats and probably reset up another rocket, I would imagine. On version 1.0, we don't have a fast way to get up there other than just rocketing, so they'd be going for that from the start. But for 1.1, it's like the next best option as a backup. I think Lou just might have enough rocket boost. Yeah, he should be good from here, using Tolan to help out. On version 1.1, the pocket rocket, I guess fuel, you could say, or its usage is tied to the Zonai device itself rather than the shield, which limits you to about 30 or 40 jumps before the rocket kind of disappears on its own and you have to set up a new one. But on version 1.0, it's not an issue. You actually only have to change rockets once. Or swap reset a rocket once in the entire run, I believe.
Unless you hold ZL.
That's right. The classic ZL jump scare. And now, this is kind of what we briefly touched on earlier on Dino Screen. The reduced overload threshold is kind of a hidden game mechanic that was discovered not too long ago by Andre, where the very first time you use Sidon's Bubble Slash ability, it adds an extra equip to Link permanently, so your overload threshold will be reduced from 9 down to 8. And I don't think Dino quite knew that you're supposed to use the added ability first before the Topaz. Although there we go. I'm really worried about his gem count and his charge count. So let's hope he can do before he needs to use another one. Otherwise, it could put him in a tight spot. Now, with that being complete, basically the rest of this segment up to entering Water Temple will be the exact same for Dino, but a bit faster since he won't have to set up a second rocket along the way. So it's about 5 seconds faster on version 1.0 here, simply from that extra rocket being used on version 1.1.
And the hatch should open. Heed my words.
Now, getting into Wind Temple a little bit here. There's some very cool strats here too. I don't quite remember exactly which ones Liu goes for, but it's interesting in the routing for Wind Temple because so Toland's ability cooldown that you need to complete the each terminal, it has the longest cooldown of any of the sages, being 15 seconds, which basically means you have a buffer time of 15 seconds to get from one terminal to the next, which means there's several different strats and orders that work here. So we'll see what exactly Liu goes for. I imagine he'll be relying on the ghost stick clip in a couple spots. So a very nice, precise shot through the bars there on the first terminal. Wow, beautiful descent on there for the second one. That was near optimal.
Lean.
He got it right as the cooldown came up. So for the next terminal, he's going to clip out of bounds and hit it from out of bounds. Ah, yes, okay, I remember this route now. He's going to be doing another ghosted clip off the side. But before hitting the second terminal, he's going to rocket up underneath the room that has the last terminal to trigger that same failsafe mechanic that we saw in Water Temple, right? So the gate will open automatically, but this time, unlike Water Temple, it won't close. So now, perfect timing, waiting for the cooldown. Open the door up there to skip that puzzle, and then hitting terminal number 3 from out of bounds. Now he's going to have another ghosted clip inbounds to hit terminal number 4 before rocketing up to hit terminal number 5. It's all super quick. A clean Wind Temple can be completed from start to finish in under 4 minutes, including the boss fight.
It seems the wind can go through walls.
Indeed it can, at least Toland's can. It's funny because like the collision in this game is double-sided, so like Link can't get back in like he can in Breath of the Wild just from crouching and uncrouching, right? But you can shoot arrows through walls from out of bounds. You can...
Really?
Yeah, you can,
Isn't it double-sided though? Or...
It is, but not for those, for some of those actors.
Interesting.
Yeah, like I know in 100%, there's some instances where you clip out of bounds in a cave and you shoot a bubble frog from out of bounds. Save time, and then you clip back in while waiting for its death animation. Little stuff like that you can do. And just like that, that was a very clean Wind Temple from Liu. Great execution. He basically wasted almost no time on Toland's cooldown. Just about as good as you can get. And now is time for everybody's favorite boss music, the Colgera fight.
Is this your favorite boss?
In the run? I don't know. Actually, I think the easiest boss to deal with is C's Construct, funnily enough. Colgera can be a bit finicky. But it's pretty consistent. I've actually heard that on 1.0, Colgera's flight pattern is more inconsistent than on later versions, which I only recently became aware of. But you kind of take him out so fast in the all dungeons run that I guess you would never really notice. But yeah, if you remember from our any percent run, you may get this confused for the Ganondorf boss battle, since we were hearing that as well. So yeah, dive straight underneath Colgera, and then hit all 3 weak points with rocket arrows, and the 3-shot bow is basically the meta for this fight at the moment. Very clean fight from Liu. Start to finish on Wind Temple. Incredible execution. He's been playing at a very high level ever since he entered Wind Temple.
You know, he's been practicing.
For sure. Very good segment there from Liu, for sure. And while he's skipping these Demon King Secret Stone dialogues, we'll head over back to Dino's screen a bit. So I'm actually interested to see what strats he goes for Water Temple, because there's oh no, the double talk to Sidon. There's a few different order of operations you can do as well. And he's opting for the slightly slower route of going up the waterfall instead, rather than rocketing off to the side and back up. But yeah, I'm interested to see kind of what strats he goes for in Water Temple. The optimal order that we crafted up for the terminals in Water Temple on 1.0, it's very fast, but also very risky for specifically the first and second clip. So we'll see how Dynotech goes about this. As for Lou, now that he has completed 4 out of 6 dungeons, he's going to be heading over to the last of the regional phenomena down in the Gerudo section. The Wind Temple section was all about traversal. The Fire Temple section was all about, you know, kind of movement, piloting wings, launching stuff. The Water Temple segment was all about yapping. And the Lightning Temple segment is all about combat. And so we're going to see some of that. Although, thanks to our Zuggle and our triple shot Topaz bow, it's going to be quite trivialized compared to what you might be used to in a casual playthrough. Looks like he's going to come down here, set up an ABCS. This is definitely another section where ABCS saves time over card slides. Doing a card slide here can be quite annoying to get over that Gerudo Highlands mountain range, but ABCS has no issue at all. So let's pray for a clean slide here. If you go too low on this slide, you can be subjected to world loads that could break your slide. But if you go too high and enter the low gravity zone around Lightcast and Starview Island, that can also break your build. It's a bit tragic, but yeah, his altitude looks really good. Very nice. Good slide so far. Looks like Dino is going for the fast clip here. This clip is very precise and very tight on timing. Because Sidon's bubble timer lasts about 10 seconds. Oh, it looks like he's opting to not activate the bubble beforehand. You know, honestly, smart in a no reset, I might go for that as well. So the optimal strat there is you activate Sidon's bubble before you clip, and once you land, you can spam it immediately on the...
So then you get to do the throw. The throw you
Yeah,
want.
no, otherwise you can do the throw. I think there's probably too many wing capsules in the way now. Or steering stick. There we go. First try. First try. But yeah, this is definitely a lot slower because you have to make the throw and then wait for Sidon to come in. Although the other option, getting the bubble before clipping, is it's a lot riskier, and you stand to lose a lot of time if you fail. And it's basically impossible to retry because canceling the clip without the buffer from the cutscene is very tough. Personally, in my own runs of this category, this is definitely one of my nail-biting moments. Can the world log break both kinds of slides? It can, but it's very, very rare for card slide, unless you personally do something to like mess it up. Card slides tend to be a lot more stable overall
I saw
than
Elias
ABCS.
actually today on the way to Hyrule Castle. There's a load and his cart went flying.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah.
Interesting.
But he was crouching, so I wasn't sure.
Oh, that's why Sidon didn't spawn. I'm not sure Dynotech knows that you're supposed to kill that Chew. I always shoot that Chew down when I'm running. So Sidon doesn't like waste time trying to fight him. And if he tries to clip now, I would just wait for the bubble to come back. Can't reuse the same stick, gotta pull out a new one. I think he's wasted too much time on the bubble timer. He's trying to buffer the clip. That's a smart idea, actually. Oh no! He made it just in time, but he missed. That's unfortunate. The other bad thing about missing that is every slash you do, even if it doesn't connect with anything, it does one hit of durability to your halberd. Although I think he has a backup halberd, so he should be okay. This is quite unfortunate. looks like he's just gonna try again or come back later. So nothing too crazy on Lu's screen. We just saw him do the Riju training section. You can skip going to Gerudo Town in the beginning and just head straight to the ruins there to start the Riju quest line. And head over to Karakara Bazara for the Gibdo defense. This one's a pretty quick fight, just 2 gems and an arrow shot. It's a bit of a teaser for the town defense that we're gonna see in a sec. Or in a couple minutes. 1 shot and then an arrow shot. Very nice. You can actually afford to save an arrow there and just run closer and throw a gem. Because you are time gated by when this... I don't know what you would call it. Cocoon? Polyp? Is ready to burst when you can shoot it. So if you've cleared out all the Gibdos, you can just wait for that. Lost a bit of time there, but nothing too crazy. And now he's going to be setting up another slide to Gerudo Town. And I'm curious to see if he goes for the rocket snipe on the mirror. As Dino's still trying to work out how to get into the first terminal. Looks like Sidon's being a little bit more cooperative this time. He's keeping height, so I think he's going to go for the snipe. It's optimal for sure. So right now what he's doing is he's busting open that mirror from far away for the mirror puzzle after the town defense. Just a little bit of prep work. That will allow him to immediately ABCS to the second one rather than having to rocket up and shoot it and then rocket. It saves probably around 15 seconds or so, I would say. If he hit the shot, that is. Oh my, we've got ourselves quite an assortment of steering sticks over here. Enough to start a boy band. Oh, it looks like he clipped too far.
He clipped
Is that
on
what
the
happened?
pillar, I think.
Oh, that's unfortunate. If I were him though, I would definitely not save and reload. I would just warp back to Water Temple, because now your Zuggles are gonna be messed up. Oh, he unequipped before. That's fine. He should be okay then.
Is the reduced overload still active then?
It is until he closes the game.
Until the game, okay.
Right. He's definitely struggling a lot here in Water Temple. I wonder if I wonder how much practice he's actually done for this section. It's he's going for the optimal strats, which is cool, but these are definitely hard, and it took me a lot of practice to get consistent at this. Just like I thought, his Zuggles messed up somehow. So while he works on that, we'll go back over to Lu, who is now doing the Gerudo Town defense. This is one of my favorite sections of the run. It's pretty fun. It's on a cycle, and the cycle is not super tight, but there's a lot of room for cool, just like animation canceling and optimal movement here. So he's working off a precise pattern. Oh, he actually does a little bit of a different method than me to save a gem there. Very nice. Trading a gem for an arrow. So I guess that's a kind of conditional thing there. So Lu is currently working on his 5th dungeon and Dino is on his 2nd. And there we go. Clap it out. Got the first terminal down.
Enemies are pouring out of the hive near the north gate too. Oh, right, another hive down.
Time save for next run, I suppose. Nice little optimization there from Lu while jumping while throwing the gem to kind of counteract the cooldown animation of the throw. And very good. He got the early cycle. Oh, looks like Dino's opting to just throw his entire stack and then rezuggle. Unfortunate. But yeah, like I've mentioned, Overload it can be a complicated and obtuse mechanic that really takes time and practice to understand how it works.
Yeah, it seems terrible in Water Temple.
And yeah, Water Temple, it feels kind of cursed, honestly. But if you know what to do, you can get through it cleanly. Good menuing though on the dynamic Zuggle. Now he's doing a drop swap to check if he got the duplication, or if he's at Overload yet. Oh man, that anti-gravity jump is pretty funny. So since Lu hit the rocket snipe, he's just gonna be able to ABCS directly to the next mirror to bust it open. And this will be the last puzzle before he will be able to enter Lightning Temple, which, as I kind of teased earlier, is incredibly broken in the speedrun if you haven't seen it before. It's almost one of those blink and you'll miss it type of things compared to the other dungeons. The pacing overall for this category is kind of interesting because it's definitely a slow burn at the beginning. The GSI and post GSI segments can be stressful before you get fairies and rockets, and it's a little bit of a slow burn, kind of doing the prep work to enter the dungeons. But once you finish Spirit Temple, the ball really starts rolling, and it just kind of snowballs. Water Temple is kind of the longest segment to complete, and then Fire Temple, and then Wind Temple and the Lightning Temple sections are relatively fast. So it's kind of like the pace picks up as you go throughout the run, and then Hyrule Castle is incredibly fun movement/combat skill check that we'll get to after this.
I gotta say, Lu's hop back on the ABC right there was kind of cool.
Very, very cool. That's another ZFG special strat there that I'm pretty sure Lu is the only person I've ever seen go for it in a run. I know that he's been working hard practicing that to optimize for this section, and it's paying off. Lu, he's been grinding this category for a while, and he's made his way up into the top 10, I believe. Dino's doing the little spinning bullet time puzzle here. Alright, stream's refreshing a bit here. I missed a bit there, but it looks like Dino's just got one terminal left. And Lu is getting ready to enter Lightning Temple. First, we get a little preview of the boss fight to come with Queen Gibdo. You have to quickly dispatch her before you can enter the temple. And Lu actually came up with a little couple-second optimization here that I shamelessly stole for myself for activating the Gibdo Hive there.
Taking strats from other runners?
Yeah,
No
I'm
way.
shameless.
How could you?
I'm shameless like that. So instead of standing in front and waiting for Riju, he comes to the corner here, which gives a really quick spawn, and also you can shoot from the bottom there. Yeah, it just saves probably no less than 2, no more than 4 or 5 seconds, but very neat strat.
Time save.
I'm all about those mini optimizations to save a couple seconds here and there. It really adds up, and I think the consistency of Lu's gameplay speaks for itself. How long he's been grinding this category and working to whittle down his time. And 2 topaz shots to the face, and Queen Gibdo is down, and we are now ready to enter the Lightning Temple. Well, I guess technically we're not going to enter the temple until the very end. You'll see what I mean. More or less, the strat for Lightning Temple is we're going to clip out of bounds at the very beginning and get Riju to spawn in the sand underneath. And from there, we are able to walk around and hit all the terminals from out of bounds before ever setting foot in the actual temple. So it's going to be pretty fun. This is one of my favorite parts of the speedrun, both to run and to watch. Clinging ghosted clip. When you're learning this category, it can definitely be easy to get kind of lost down here. But as long as you know where to go and what the terminals look like from beneath, then you're all good. But yeah, Lou's on a roll right now for sure. Popping his last speed elixir there. In 1.0, the strat is to just do a shield surf, since we don't have access to speed food, and you can still make it just quickly enough for rejuice. Timer, or ability cooldown, I meant to say. Looks like Dino's struggling a bit with the mug fight, missed the clean 2 cycle. And oh no, I hope that wasn't his last, okay, he's got 2 splash root left. I was a bit worried. Probably just gonna finish him off with arrows. He's gonna have to be careful with his arrow count though, just 14 left. Actually, that should be fine. That should be fine. And Dino has now wrapped up Water Temple, and Lou's approaching the last terminal of Lightning Temple.
It's interesting how the cutscene for all the terminals happen all at once.
Yeah, it's very nice. So there's terminal number 1. There is terminal number... which one is that? 3.
Oh, do they not activate the...
Terminal number 2. They always activate in the same order every time, not the order you shoot them.
Interesting.
And then number 4. That's just in the order that he shot. It's not like numbered in the game's code or anything. But then a little jump there, and the game is nice enough to pull you back into bounds. It's pretty funny because Riju's like, oh, we can't get up the lift because the electricity's not working. But then you can literally see, girl, look down. It's like, it's right there. The lift is working. It's a bit comical. But hey, yeah, right here.
Dang, the developers didn't intend that. Like, come on.
I know. How did they not anticipate that we were going to clip out of bounds and hit every terminal before starting the dungeon? Silly Nintendo.
This platform connects to the very top of this temple.
So it's pretty fun. You do the whole dungeon, you do the sage dialogue, and then you can immediately activate the terminal again while you're standing right there and head up to the boss fight. So here for Dinotech, after his fish drama, fish wedding is finished, since he doesn't have that warp point at Goron City, like Lou did in 1.1's route, he's gonna have to do another cart slide to get over there. Although this slide can be a bit finicky as you have to curve around the side of the mountain. And this one is susceptible to world loads as well, so you gotta be careful on this one. But we'll see how he goes about that in just a sec. And so for the Queen Gibdo Lightning Temple boss that Lou is about to take on, the strategy is pretty simple. Shoot her in the face with Topaz, and then pay attention to where she lands. You normally want to smack her body, like her hind legs or somewhere, to stun her, and then you can do a couple more hits to finish off each phase for a clean, optimal 2 cycle.
Every boss seems to be a 2 cycle in this game.
Yeah, they don't let you one-shot them. They kind of have a forced second phase, unfortunately.
Even Demon Dragon.
Even Demon Dragon. Although that one's actually kind of quicker. Oh, unfortunately, got blown away. Let's see if he can get in quickly before she runs away. Using the spear can be very finicky because, like, the spear is longer than the Master Sword's. The spear's hitbox is longer than the Master Sword's hitbox, right? So sometimes the tip of the spear will connect, but it's only doing the damage of the spear with the rocket. It's not doing the full Zuggle damage, so you barely get any hits on. So you really gotta get up in close to effectively apply those hits. Now phase 2, rinse and repeat, except you got these little crawly dudes. Fun fact, this is another really random version difference between 1.0 and 1.1. Is those crawler Gibdos are a lot faster and scarier on version 1.0. They actually like nerfed their movement speed in later patches for some reason. I guess they thought that players found it too difficult. Or in their testing, it was too difficult or something. The dino setting up on the staircase here. Looks like a good setup. And now he's gonna aim for those treetops and curve right to go around the ridge up to Goron City. Oh, the world load kind of destabilized it a little bit. He's gonna have to be extra careful with the turn here. Looks like he's taking it nice and slow. Angle looks good, although, oh, I spoke too soon. Not a big deal, he can just reset up. And yes, the boss health is dependent on dungeon order, similar to Breath of the Wild. So each dungeon you complete, the next boss will have a bit more health. And that is another hidden benefit of doing Seize Construct and Spirit Temple first, which is that that boss has the most health. So I believe if you did Spirit Temple towards the end, it would be harder to get a clean 2-cycle. Dino struggling a bit with the cart side setup here. He's moving around quite a lot before getting on the cart. You really don't want to move at all or change your facing position at all after dropping the cart and using recall. Otherwise you get what Andre affectionately refers to as a jank slide.
Of course.
And with that, Lou has finished 5 out of 6 dungeons and is now on to the last one, Hyrule Castle. People argue about if this is a dungeon or not, but for the purposes of the speedrun, we do count Hyrule Castle as a dungeon for purposes of completion. For 3 reasons, being that it has a separate dungeon map from the overworld, it has a boss that drops a heart container, and if you don't defeat that boss in its dungeon, you have to fight it during the boss rush after Army. So for those 3 reasons, we consider it a dungeon for the purposes of the speedruns.
I'm pretty sure this is where the regional phenomena quest matters, I think.
Yeah, so not only, without regional phenomena, not only can you not activate Minoru's mask, but you don't get the Hyrule Castle quest. And there we go, regional phenomena has been marked off. And Lou is going to be setting up an ABCS to the Castle Gatehouse to take on the monster forces. Hyrule Castle, I think, is a really cool last dungeon for the run. It's definitely pretty frantic. There's a lot of input-heavy segments in terms of combat and movement here. So it can be things can quickly go bad if you get off track, but a clean segment for Hyrule Castle looks really cool and it feels really cool.
I am waiting.
So we'll see how Lou does.
Waiting for you.
This is definitely one of my favorite segments to watch in Tears of the Kingdom speedrun. Gonna get the Riju Sage spawn here real quick. And now Dinotech is gonna be trying to buy arrows?
Yeah.
He should be fine. He should be fine. He only needs 1 for Fire Temple. And then, ideally at this point you have... Oh no, you need more than that. 6. You need 7 for Fire Temple and 1 for the Arakuda, our good friend Toby. So if he's got like 10, he's fine. I believe he had 13 at the end of Water Temple. So as long as he doesn't miss too many shots on Marbled Goma, he should be okay. But yeah, very clean first fight in the gatehouse there by Lou. He's gonna rocket down to the library. Very nice, going for the kill. Oh, the rocket spear broke. That's unfortunate. That definitely Yeah, that's a side effect of doing too many extra hits on Queen Gibdo. The halberd durability, as read out in 1.1, is very tight, to the point where you don't want to do like I think you can get like 2 or 3 extra hits in, but anything past that and it's gonna break right there after the Hinox, which means you gotta waste time setting up another rocket and then also grabbing another halberd. Well, never mind, you're grabbing one anyways, so it's just like a 5-second time loss. But
You're about to say Queen Goma.
Queen Goma, I was about to say Queen Goma actually. Too many Gomas, Gibdos, etc. This game kind of does feel like a throwback to Ocarina of Time in many ways.
Yeah,
Some of the boss names, the whole Sages, awakening the Sages thing,
definitely.
kind of neat. Another clean movement section from Liu here. Going for the throw or the shot with the ancient blade to take out that moblin right there.
He's gonna come into use. I saw him equip the hoof, Lionel hoof.
Oh yeah. I wondered if the hoof was gonna get any screen time during this run. Normally, if I grab an extra weapon like that, I'm like torn on whether to just drop it immediately or just keep it in my inventory. Oh, didn't quite get the triple shot there. With a precise enough shot and a little bit of RNG on the movements of the leg legs, you can get one arrow to connect with each one and hit them all in one shot. It's very satisfying.
Waiting for you.
But with this tree branch, Lou's gonna have to be careful. At least until he gets down to army. But it should be okay. For this fight, you don't... for the Phantom Ganon boss fight upcoming here, you are basically just spamming bow. Oh hey, free weapon! Now if the tree branch breaks, he'll be chilling. The reason you need a second weapon is because you can't fuse anything directly to the message not found. So without a second weapon, you can't use Pocket Rocket. Only over like a very small distance. So the strat for Phantom Ganon is just a Topaz spam. Minoru got in one little smack, that's hilarious. I normally deactivate the Sages by this point, but it's funny that they went in for the kill. I haven't seen that before actually.
Gotta give them screen time too.
Right, right. Well, not Minoru. She doesn't deserve it, personally.
Oh my god.
I think so. I know Lou said he's been practicing this boss fight as well. Waiting for them to kind of cluster up. Yeah, there we go. Took a little bit of time on the shot, but got the clean 2 cycle. And there we go. Lou has officially completed 6 out of 6 dungeons, and you know what that means. It's go time. We are gonna head down to the depths below Hyrule Castle and go take on the Demon King's army and beat the game. So congrats to Lou on making it this far. And let's close out the run.
We're gonna see sub 5.
Sub 5 looking very doable.
Ooh. World record. This is world record.
The world record for all dungeons specifically is a 2 hour, 38 minute, and 59 seconds, I believe, by Flower 2. For version 1.1, the world record is 2:39:18, I want to say, by Gymnast.
This is the relay record.
This is the relay record, that's right. Master Sword, any percent, all dungeons marathon. Will we see clipping to get past Ganon's great army? Unfortunately, you can't skip the army fight in any category, because the flag that is set for Ganondorf to spawn in for the final boss fight does not appear until army has been defeated. Or in other words, Ganon, if you can clip through, but Ganon just won't be there until you defeat army. So we will be fighting the army, but since we did not, since we already defeated all the bosses, we don't have to clip out of bounds like we saw in any percent earlier. And the All Dungeons army is quite a bit quicker and easier than the any percent army, with the power of a 3-shot bow and a bunch of fairies. Oh.
can't believe I died here.
Wait, really? I wasn't watching.
I did. I don't even know how
Hey, it happens to the best of us. I've actually run out of all fairies here in an all dungeons run. I had like the perfect dupe amount, so I was like, I cannot die here. It was quite scary. It's like having the rug yanked out from underneath, or like the training wheels taken off, I suppose. Actually, you know, I'm wondering if Lou grabbed that broadsword on purpose, or if he's gonna go for. Okay, he did grab a halberd. You need either a royal broadsword or a royal halberd for the Ganondorf fight. So I wondered if he picked up that broadsword at castle on accident, or if it was a purposeful maneuver. Honestly, if I had grabbed that by accident, I probably would have just kept it. But I know you guys all like the spears. I'm weird and I prefer the sword.
Spear all the way.
Spears of the kingdom, as they say. I know, buffering to get a wing mount. The wing displaced, probably from the flying meatballs. That's happened to me before. Point blank shot, very nice. You can also use the message not found sword in the fight. However, you generally won't be able to get a clean one cycle for each phase without an extra weapon. Because the strat here is you swap to your extra weapon and then you fuse the Lionel Horn to it. And we didn't touch on this earlier, but the way that Zuggle works, all those stacked weapons that Lou has in his hand, those message not founds, if you fuse something to your active weapon, it applies that fuse to every stack of your Zuggle. So, or every weapon in your Zuggle stack. So now there's 8 Master Swords, each with that 50 attack power, or whatever it is, horn on them, in addition to the double damage boost that the royal weapons give in a Flurry Rush. So it's basically crazy damage.
1.1 and 1.0 have different Zuggle effects on Ganondorf, by the way.
They do,
It's
and that's why
weaker.
you really need that Lionel Horn on 1.1, because the damage doesn't apply as effectively on this version as it does on the prior patch. Looks like Dino's getting in some extra dupes here. He's got some backup fruit as well if he needs to cool himself off during Fire Temple. Looks like he's overduping quite a bit on fairies. After this point, you only need like 20 or so, if even, maybe 15. But his gem count does look a bit low. I'm wondering why he duped so many saber horns. I wonder if he's got a strat to use those instead of gems. But just like that, Lou has finished up the Ganondorf fight, and as we like to say, that could have been an email. We are now on to the final boss that we saw in any percent, the Demon Dragon fight. And I would argue that in all dungeons, the Demon Dragon fight is actually a bit harder than it is in any percent. And by that, I mean the execution is a bit easier, but the window or the margin of error is a lot smaller. So you only have about 3, maybe 4 seconds of wiggle room if you want to go for, I guess it's like a 1 cycle. I don't really know what to call it, but similarly to an any percent, how you can hit 2 eyes and then 2 eyes and then the final hit. In all dungeons, you can hit 3 eyes, then 1 eye, and then in that same cycle as the last eye, immediately head up for the final hit if you're quick enough. But it's very, very tight, especially on 1.1 because your rocket fuel is a lot limited compared to version 1.0. So I know Lou often just goes for a 2 cycle, like a faster version of what any percent does with Pocket Rocket. And so we'll see if he's gonna go for the 0. He calls it the 0 cycle. I'm not sure I'm not sure what the actual name of it is. The Gamer Dragon, I suppose you can call it.
Oh no.
Does Gamer Dragon imply the existence of Canal Dragon and Cliff Dragon? One must ask themselves these questions.
There is no
Perhaps an
canal.
Alfort dragon.
Oh, man.
So similarly to any percent, you want to jump off the dragon's head here, and he's going to instantly pull out a wing. This is because his pocket rocket is broken because of the Master Sword forced equip. So he's gonna quick up, set pocket rocket up on another wing, and then dive straight down to the first eye. Very nicely done. And just one hit, quickly dispatched. Using the boost from the launch to propel him to the second in conjunction with pocket rocket. Clean movement there as well. Now same thing to the third eye. Very nice. He's looking good. He's looking good. Now, let's see. It looks like he's aiming a bit far to the right. But he should be okay. Yeah, and it looks like he's going for the optimal strat here. You want to be right above the eye here. You only have about a couple seconds. I think that's good enough. I think that's good enough. We'll see his position here. Now, this is the scary part. Oh, just like I thought. I didn't even get time to finish my explanation of what could go wrong there before he got hit with it. Those little gloom balls or meatballs or whatever you want to call them, those are RNG, and sometimes they just go right in your way. There's nothing you can do. So unfortunately, he got hit with that, and he's gonna have to wait out the cycle here. But fortunately, you can kind of get a head start there and dive down for the final strike. And on 1.1, we don't have that 8-second black screen that we mentioned in any percent, so you can just do one hit and call it a day. You can even jump slash on from above for style points. And there we go, final boss down.
GG. Safe to say the loser's point of view is not the loser's?
Not this time.
That's true.
We'll send off Mr. Lu here and then swap the feed back to Dino. And yes, time ends when we grab Zelda's hand to finish out the run. Incredible run from Lu. And this will be our last leg of the relay. This is part 3 out of our 3-category marathon here. So that'll be our final point for our final section here for team number 1. But Dino's got a lot of gameplay left, so we'll stick around with him. But yeah, overall, a few mishaps here and there, but an incredibly well executed run from Lu for a no reset. So huge GGs to him as well. It's been a while since we've got to see a showcase of version 1.1.1 all dungeons. It's been fun to go watch that route again. And that'll be time from Lu.
GG.
Yo.
Welcome, Lu.
Welcome, congrats on the run. How are you feeling?
I was really nervous, but then, like at first, but then Cucks got skipped first try and pretty solid GSI, so the nerves kind of went down, and then I started making mistakes. So
That was a very good GSI.
Yeah.
Very strong early game. I think, yeah, nothing really stood out to me as like major time loss. I mean, the third terminal in Fire Temple was, doing what it always does.
oh,
But you,
I don't even know I missed the wing there. That was, I don't know.
It happens. It happens. But yeah, well done. That was a great run to watch. I was just saying, it's been a while since we've had a showcase, or since I've seen a showcase of the 1.1.1 route like that. So very well done. It was fun to see. And I'm taking a couple of notes here on some of the optimizations I've seen you've come up with, and I'm probably going to be using those in my own attempts.
Yeah, there's a couple of things I feel like I should have put in a dog or something, because there's definitely like a couple of things I came up with, but it's very like it's so small sometimes that.
Yeah, but I mean, I was saying earlier too, like I live for those small like 2-3 second time saves. You know, like when your time gets down low enough, that's kind of all you got, right?
Oh,
to improve.
Yeah, I mean, going to factory, like, I was already, like, behind my PB, and I just knew, like at this point, it's almost impossible. Not impossible for me to come back, like to pull ahead, but it's just, like, it's so rough. Because there's, like, there's so many cutscenes, man, in this category that, like...
Yeah, it can definitely kill you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well done overall. What's your plans? Are you gonna keep running all dungeons, or think maybe it's time to hang up the MNF and retire this category for a bit?
Off. Probably gonna retire, honestly. Like, I as much as I'm like getting better, not just on everything, it's just like it's been like a couple months I'm grinding this. Gotta like move on to something else for the moment. Maybe I'll come back, but
been more
that's
than
very
a couple.
fair. You've definitely earned a break too. You've been plugging away hard at this category for a while. It's been great to see your PB improvement. You got the you have a 248 now, right? You got the sub 250, yeah?
Yep.
Very nice. That's a top 10 time, I believe.
If for 1.1 it is, I believe overall it might be like 10th, 11, yeah.
Hey, still slid in at the buzzer. That's fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, GG's. If you want to stay on comms with us, feel free. Or if you want to hop off, that's totally fine too.
I mean, I was gonna like ask you guys how you feel about your own runs. I mean, you deserve that win as much as as me.
Yeah,
let's just say a little nominative determinism was at work a little bit for me and Moist for the losers POV. We were trying our best to live up to the name.
Yeah, man.
Despite our best efforts, we eked out some good times, but good is relative, I suppose.
I'm sorry, I came prepared, guys. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, you definitely carried us. You were the MVP for sure.
I should have lost 30 minutes. I know can win. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, we could have watched Zelda falling for like 30 minutes.
True. Oh,
I
you
could
might
have
want to
reset
skip over the
BB until I get
credits,
maybe.
so it doesn't mute the VOD. At least when it gets to
mute?
like the main theme at the end.
Nah, I didn't know
Just a
that.
heads up. Yeah, it always tends to mute the VOD for the TOTK main theme.
Did you reload twice for Cog Skip Club?
Yeah, I did. That's definitely my personal worst for Cog Skip. I was nervous for sure, but I was also just sucking at the game. Hey, it happens.
Look, Cog Skip is hard.
What I was more annoyed about than Cog Skip was when I hit wing flip and then I tried to drop the wing and it landed right on the construct's head. I did not mean to give you a little hat.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, that's like I never seen that before. That was weird.
I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna be able to save this. I'm just gonna go for the bottomless cave route. Not even gonna worry about it. But yeah, what about you, Moist? How'd you feel about your run? I know you died to army, right?
Yeah, I'm not even sure how that even happened, but you know, it happens. And then I kind of forgot the QDS inputs, trying to reset it up for like.
Oh, hey, that's very fair. I've been stumbling over that lately. I lost in my any percent PB that I got last week. I lost 20 seconds to QDS trying to get the setup.
I'm happy I got wing flip and early ascend, although my internet died. Which, yeah.
I know that was our one chance to see it, because I failed. I got the actual trick, but I messed up the easy part.
I got a really clean wing dive, which I'm happy about.
I'm super worried for Dinotech here. He's running out of arrows. At this point, he does not have enough arrows to complete the marbled Goma fight. He doesn't know. I don't think he knows Flower's bubble is strat, where you can aim through the grate. He's gonna need to back up all the way into the corner and aim at a precise Q on the bars. Getting this shot, we saw Luke get it first try because on 1.1 it's basically free, but with bombs being more volatile on version 1.0, it's impossible to get this shot without Sidon's bubble active, which means you have to spend time waiting for him, and if you miss the shot, it costs more time to get the bubble back and shoot again. But Flower, the world record holder, came up with a bubbleless strat to just shoot straight through the bars. And Dino's only got one bomb left too. I saw he was trying to ascend from underneath. It might be better just to like clip from above, even if he can, because he has steering sticks.
Yeah, casually, I actually found like a water hydrant, and I literally just made like water platform until like I was right on there just to ascend.
That's very smart. That's very smart. I dove down from above after spending like 45 hours trying to get in there. I think it's like a universal gamer experience. We all chased Fire Temple with Ascend in like some way at some point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we'll see what Dino's gonna try to figure out here. If I was him at this point, first of all, I would reload a save so I get my arrows back. Actually, nah, he's probably fine because he has extra halberd, so he can just use the halberd for phase 1 of Marbled Goma. Oh, and he's running out of charges too. This is what I was mentioning about the lag in Fire Temple. It can cause your Pocket Rocket inputs to mess up, so like your rocket burns out too quickly. It looks like he's trying to find a way to clip in from above, which is probably the best thing to do here if he doesn't know the bubble list strat.
Come on.
But yeah, maybe if any of our other racers are still around, maybe we could pull one or two of them in for an interview if they're available and interested.
See Slush in chat.
Oh.
And Elias, actually. They both said GG.
Yeah, if any of our former racers or prior racers want to jump in and get ready for your close-up interview.
Hello.
How's it
going? Congrats on a great any % run.
Yeah, no, it was great. Besides, like, me just having a meltdown because I just couldn't clip. I was looking at other runs after the run, and I was not going for the right setup. I needed to refresh on that after the run. But
No
yeah.
shame, it all happens to the best of us, honestly.
Yeah. I was surprised to look back and see Moist was still in Enter Army because I got extremely confused.
Oh yeah, I died.
I was like, wasn't he like 30 seconds ahead of me? What happened? Yeah, it was sad for Wing Flip too because it was so close, but then it just like I don't even know what happened.
He got the push down.
Yeah, it looks like
I think that had happened to me like once before.
it's not super common. I think it has something to do with like the angle at which you jump slash. I haven't tested it enough consistently, but yeah, sometimes you can get like pushed down by the wing, and so your jump slash doesn't get enough height to land on the second wing.
Okay. I'll probably try to look into that and see if I can prevent that.
Great run for sure. Your Demon Dragon was basically perfect, except for
yeah.
What happened at the very end? You were just too slow on the last hit.
I don't even know because I was hitting it and then I tried to land on Zelda and then she just like dipped down and didn't decide to catch me.
Oh, classic light dragon troll.
And
again.
actually,
We've all been there.
That allowed
Yeah,
me to pull ahead.
I was diving down because I was like, they're either catching me or they're not. But I've been trying to learn how to prevent that, and it's been a struggle.
Yeah, Demon Dragon is definitely one of the tougher tricks in the any percent run for sure. But well
Yeah.
done overall, great execution.
Thank
Kept
you.
it very tight with Moist.
Yeah, it was very close. He beat me by 21 seconds, I think.
It definitely was close, yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I'm gonna go now.
Sounds good. Hey, thanks for coming in for an interview, and we appreciate your participation as well. Thanks for showing off your epic gamer skills.
Excited for the 3D relay next weekend.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's right.
I'm a bit
Both of you are
nervous for that.
participating.
I'm a bit nervous for that because I think my goal for that is going to be like a 44, maybe a 43 if I play very well.
I bet you can get it. Just keep it up.
Thank you.
You've been improving very quickly. It's been great to see your progress. So yeah, good luck on the relay next week to you and Moist.
Thank you. Bye.
Take care.
Ciao.
Yeah, in case any of you guys didn't know, next weekend on Saturday, there's going to be a 3D Zelda any percent relay hosted by our very own Zelda Speedruns here on this channel, featuring 4 teams of runners across 7 different 3D Zelda games, from Ocarina of Time all the way down to Tears of the Kingdom. And Slush and Moist are both going to be participating. Slush is running Tears of the Kingdom any percent again, and Moist will be doing Breath of the Wild, correct?
Yes.
Very nice. And I'm thinking I'll probably be on commentary as well for Tears of the Kingdom. So if you guys are craving some more any percent, definitely come check that out next week. It should be a super fun all-day speedrun event with a bunch of the world's best Zelda speedrunners.
Yeah. I think it's expected to be like 9 hours long.
Oh man, I can't wait. It's gonna be fun.
All day. Like I have the time to actually go to work, finish work, and then come back with commentary.
Go to work halfway through Ocarina of Time. Come back from work at the end of Breath of the Wild, just in time to catch Tears of the Kingdom, or something like that. Estimates for all 4 teams clocking in at just over 9 hours. Very cool.
Trez, are you still in my stream, by the way? So you saw the audio.
Just throwing out that little plug for ZSR next week. I definitely recommend checking that out. We had our all 3D Zelda's all dungeons showcase just about a month ago. It was just one team, not a race, just more of a showcase, but that was an incredibly fun event. And the any percent race coming up next week should be just as exciting. Alright, so with Dino making his way out of Fire Temple, now it's time to get a cart slide to Rito Village. Although, I think he realized he's out of arrows. So he's gonna have to sell some stuff here. That's probably too many topaz. He's gonna have to dupe some extras. But yeah, grabbing these arrows from the shop here is a very good backup. Not only do you need an arrow for Mr. Toby the Aracuda later on, but you also need an arrow as the last piece of overload to set up the cart slide to get that drop smuggle that we've been looking for. So yeah, it looks like he's just gonna have to recover a bit here and just take the time loss to let the run keep going. And here he's doing the cart slide preservation, or cart slide setup that we saw earlier in the run and also all throughout Master Sword. With a couple extra menuing inputs, you can preserve your pocket rocket. Otherwise, normally when you swap up weapons, it breaks and you have to reset up later. Here actually is normally where I swap to my fresh shield, so it doesn't break. I don't think it matters for him because he's got 4 shields, so he should be okay. The setup was at a bit of an angle, so he's definitely not getting max speed here, and he's quite far forward on the cart. Let's hope this stays stable enough. if he goes too far forward, the collision is just gonna fall right off and the cart will slip out from underneath. And this section right here is also prone to a lot of world loads. Like I mentioned for Lose Run, this is the longest slide in the route, and it's the same for 1.0 as well.
Yeah, it's a scary one to drop.
Oh yeah, I've seen many an all dungeons 1.1 runner drop a slide here and reset in frustration.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of spots where you can like back it up, but it's I don't know. It's definitely a learning curve for this one.
No,
I feel like
I think
personally,
yeah.
I feel like I figure out like a certain height where like I'm safe, but you know, it's Tears of the Kingdom. There's always like a chance something screws you over somehow.
Right, you get like a camera spasm and everything goes south very poorly. And if your slide breaks while you're over Korok Forest, it's kind of over. You gotta like warp back pretty much because there's nowhere to land.
Yeah.
A little bit of a rickety ride, but we made it to Rito Village. And for this next couple sections here, the route that Dino's doing on 1.0 is not going to diverge too much from what we saw Lou do a couple hours ago. But he's just going to be rocketing to the NPC and then swapping out that ABCS, both ABCS sections for Pocket Rocket instead. There is actually a build for a cart slide that uses a stabilizer that was developed again by Andre that can go straight up vertically. That can be used in a couple different speedruns, like All Shrines uses it in several spots, for example. But since this run doesn't have a stabilizer close enough on the way to be worth grabbing, it ends up just being faster to Pocket Rocket rather than going out of the way to grab a stabilizer and then do the vertical slide. So you will see some excessive Pocket Rocket action here. And normally this is where I swap to my fresh shield in like a typical run. Because if you don't remember to swap shields here, you've used so much rocket fuel at this point that your Highland shield will break after not much longer. Like during Wind Temple is when it usually breaks if you forget to swap. But like I mentioned,
you guys reach the limit for Highland shield. It's interesting.
Yeah, just because there's so many segments like on the way to Fire Temple, where we replace ABCS with Pocket Rocket. But yeah, the history of this category and the different routes that we've seen have been quite interesting indeed. And there's been a lot of development in the past couple months. Culminating, of course, like I mentioned, in Flower's new world record last month of a 238.
Yeah, so I've watched this run. I'm gonna have to do it soon.
It's pretty cool. He's got an incredibly fast GSI. One of the benefits of the longer categories, like all dungeons being run on 1.0, is the GSI that you do is almost identical to any percent, save for getting the MNF. And so, if you got like a top any percent runner like Flower, who is also a former world record holder in any percent and still has a top 5 time in the category, it's very easy for them to kind of transfer over to all dungeons, because you've got the first 30 minutes of the run down pat, and you're gonna be getting top times like every run, and then you just gotta learn the rest of the run and go from there, which is basically what Flower did, and he came up with many neat optimizations and new strats along the way that I've adapted into my runs as well, or adopted, I suppose.
How low do you think all dungeons can go?
Great question. Flower's sum of best, I believe, was a 234, I want to say, and I think Gymnast had a 235 sum of best. I may be just making things up here.
If I remember correctly, it's like a 236. It's like a couple minutes ahead of its PB. So
I see. I do remember that Flower's sum of best was substantially lower than Jim's by a minute or two. 1.0 is definitely a more volatile run in terms of time loss, especially during the first like 45 minutes or so before you get Paraglider, which probably accounts for Jim playing closer to sub in his previous world record runs. But all that to say, to answer your question, Flower's run definitely isn't perfect. There's some decent time save that he has. I would say the run could go down at least to a mid 37. Past that, we'd probably need some new optimizations or just like a godly run. What I would really love is to bypass some of these quest flying triggers, like the ones in the Zora section. Although that's looking like it's not quite possible at this point in time.
Honestly, that would be the holy grail of all dungeon, just being able to skip like some of the cutscenes at the beginning or the end of the dungeons.
Oh yeah, cutscene skips would be incredible for this game. Not really sure where Dino's going. He's yeah. Oh, Tolan already told him. If you go too far away, then you mess up the dialogue. Yeah, it's on the other side of that shrine down there.
Yeah, it's something you learn the hard way with the ABC turnaround that I tried to do in my run.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That I really hate that when you go too far, and you get that dialogue. Where are you going, Link? And then it pushes you off the build.
Yep.
Very frustrating. That's one thing I don't miss about running 1.1 route. Very cool strat. Very hard to get it to behave sometimes.
Yeah, no, I mean, just my run today, for some reason, it just didn't turn the way I wanted it to turn. Like, Link got caught in the build. I was just too close, I couldn't get onto it. But
Yeah.
I figured I just
to the best
my
of
way.
us.
Yeah, happens. It's not an easy strat by any means, honestly. Like, being consistent, it's like, you gotta spend some time practicing it.
For sure.
And even so, like, there's like so many variables that sometimes just because like you move a little bit like further or a little bit lower. I don't know. It's also depending on how quick you are with bucket rockets too. Sometimes that changes things.
Oh my god, he ran on the fairies.
Oh no.
That's disastrous. Dying of cold damage. That's rough. That's rough. Sorry to cut you off. I just looked over and saw game over screen. This is also bad because, as you can see, Link's model is desynced and he's T-posing. So Dino's doing the correct thing here, which is unequip all your stuff, save, and then reload that manual save. If your model is desynced, your overload limit will be incorrectly applied, and you won't be able to do those string stick clips, which there is 2 coming up in Wind Temple that he needs to do. Sometimes you can just hope for the best that it resyncs properly before then, but honestly, never trust it. No, I wonder what this save is that he's going back to.
One with a fairy, I hope.
That's right. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Probably gonna check and see if he's got a fairy. I would, unless he already knows, would probably be a good idea to check that. Either that or, I don't know, grab a bunch of apples and something. Technically, from here on out, you only need fairies to tank the cold damage and then like the weather effects in the Gerudo section as well.
Yeah, I mean, would be a little bit rough to do Arrow Castle without fairies, but it's doable.
Oh yeah, you'd have to be very careful. And then for Army too. Oh yeah, this save doesn't have fairies either. Oh no, he has to go so far back. There, we'll get there, all in due time.
Oh.
That's well, hey, at least he's getting ahead of the competition, right?
He doesn't have fairies right there.
Oh, not in this save either.
Nope.
Oh no.
Honestly, there's always the option of getting back to a GSI and
Yeah.
going back
That's
to the
actually
run.
probably a lot quicker than trying to reload like your Fire Temple save, because you gotta sit through all those cutscenes again. Honestly, I would just go back to his prior save after talking to Tolan for the last time, and then just warping back to GSI and grabbing fairies from the usual spot, because they're gonna respawn there.
Yeah. I'm not sure where
Unfortunate.
it's going right now.
There is quite a lot to keep track of in this category. We've been mentioning overload this whole time and stressing how important it is to correctly manage your overload state. And then item count is very important too, keeping track of how many fairies you have, how many arrows, how many topaz, because in an optimal run, especially for version 1.0 that Dino's playing on, these counts are pretty tight sometimes. And I forgot, I didn't really see how many he got from the Lionel, but the Lionel arrows are RNG. Sometimes he can drop 20 and sometimes he drops 30. Both are fine for the run, but with 20 your arrow count is a lot tighter. Oh, looks like he's opting to sell some more gems and buy clothes. I still think it would be better to go back to GSI and grab fairies.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna need them for some of the combat sections later.
That and the Gyarados.
Yeah,
Hero
it's gonna be
segment.
hard. We'll see what his game plan is here. Looks like he's gonna try to card slide back up there. Oh, so since he reloaded that save, he's gonna have to redo this fight and cutscene again. That's gonna push him back quite a bit. And there's the fairy issue coming back into play.
Yeah, because the worst part about this strat there too is you want to hit yourself so it breaks the crates next to you. So you can grab
Yeah,
them.
you do optimally want to tank a fairy there for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like he is deciding to go back to GSI and grab fairies. I think that's a smart play for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Once you get berries, you can just have like unlimited. Honestly, but I get the trying to be like not waste too much time in like not zipping too many fairies, but at the same time, like sometimes like there's so many unpredictable things with this game.
Right, for sure.
I like to overdupe.
Yeah, I'm guilty of that as well.
Yeah,
Andre
I
always
mean-
makes fun of me for it. He's like, "Wow, you got enough carts there, buddy." I'm like, "No."
I dupe like 30 charges for Master Sword.
That's funny. I guess for Master Sword, you technically only need 4, huh? But I like to grab a couple extra for backups.
Oh, we didn't take any warp point to go there though.
Oh no. Well, good thing cart slides are so fast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I definitely would have grabbed Sahito Shrine, which is right up there by the arena.
Are cart slides as fast as BLSS?
That's a good question, and I was actually wondering that myself the other day. It'd be interesting. I don't think anyone's gone and timed them. Just based on what I see off the map, they look pretty equivalent in speed.
I guess there is a... Is there a speed cap in... Yeah, there is, in TOTK.
There is, but it doesn't really apply to cart slides, because you're on a device.
Oh, I see.
There's a speed... They implemented, and actually, they implemented actually a stricter speed cap for Link himself, but for devices, it's basically unlimited as far as I can tell. I mean, because we've seen... Well, actually, yeah, it's hard to say, because, you know, wheel warps are a thing too, right?
Right. I actually feel like cart
Oh.
slides are faster, just like based off how far you can get like in such a short time.
That's true. And they're definitely a bit easier to control.
Yeah.
Definitely easier, yeah.
Thank you.
Alrighty then, folks. So obviously it's gonna take Dino a while. Dino being a proficient hunter runner, gonna take a little while longer for AD. But that's perfectly okay. We are happy that we got 2 teams together in the first place, and with that one, we just decided, hey, why not just give Dino the spotlight? So what we're gonna do here, because the relay is decided, losers POV 1, we're gonna drop it here. And we're gonna send you all over to Dino stream, and then we can celebrate the end of the relay together over there on Dino stream. I think that's a good way to support Dino, to have a nice ending to the relay. And yeah, I think we're gonna do that. And with that, I have only a few things to say, and that mainly is thank you so much to the organization, to Cloud and a few of the others in the TOTK Discord, TOTK stuff. A big shout out to all our runners, to Cloud, to Moist, to Lou, to Elias, to Slush, and to Dino still on stream. And to all our commentators, which luckily, or I don't know, unfortunately, if I want to tell more, is only going to be one person that I haven't named, and that's McKina. So thank you to McKina, and of course Moist, Lou, and Cloud, who did commentary as well. And with that...
Thank you, Trez, for restreaming for us.
Yeah, special shout out to you and all the ZSR team always coming through for us. We appreciate that.
Sure thing. I'm happy to help out. And with that, we're gonna raid over to Dino. As said, please show him your support and stay with him and push him to the end. And I want to close just saying, come in next week, next Saturday, and that's September 28th on 2 p.m. UTC, or for my fellow Americans, 10 a.m. Eastern, for the 3D Zelda Relay Race, which will also feature Tears of the Kingdom, but also all the other main series games. That's going to be 9 hours of crazy fun with 4 teams. Until then, thank you for watching, have a good night, and see you soon.